losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
The Morning Xtra, only on Xtra 106.3.
Morning Xtra, morning, y'all. It's Friday. Thank God it's Friday. I feel like singing. I don't know why, but I'm glad everybody's here. What's up, everybody?
I wasn't going to interrupt that beautiful solo.
Dude, I'm telling you. It was something else. Beautiful was very kind, but I'm not sure very accurate. But it was something. But I do, man. I don't know about y'all, but do you sing in the car when there's nobody there and you just sing to the top of your dang lungs? Because I do.
I sing everywhere, knowing that I can't sing, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah.
And then I make up my own songs. Most of them I make up. Most of the singing I do is situational.
Okay.
Yeah, like
man, traffic sucks.
Yeah, stuff like that. Or
I do that a little bit.
Like pass me another beer.
I like that though.
I want to get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Y'all ready to go?
Yeah,
it's
stuff like
late.
that.
Lois, what about you? Do you sing songs like that?
Yeah, a lot of times it's always in the morning commute. In part, every now and then you got to wake up and you got to get the energy going, and so sometimes that requires a little bit of a song. It's how it goes.
A friend of mine, his name is Scott Munn. He's managed bands and produced records in Nashville. He's done a whole lot of cool stuff, and he's always like, "You got to take care of your voice, man. That's it's what you do. That's your tool. You know, just like a guy in construction would take care of his hammer, or a saw or something." And he was like, and he walked me through. I'm gonna spit. He walked me through.
Was that part of it?
No, it wasn't. Sorry. He walked me through like what like most artists do to warm up their voice, and he was like, "Here's what you need to do on your way." Kind of like Los was saying. Here's what you need to do on your way to work. And he was like, you need to start here and then you go high. And like he just went through this whole run and back down. And he was explaining to me why. And I was like, I ain't ever going to do that. I ain't ever going to do that. I love the fact that I should do it. I ain't ever going to do it.
Please do it now.
I've got to warm up my voice and then I will bring it down low. You know what I mean? He's like, he gave me this whole thing and I was like, dude, this sounds nuts. If I did that in the car and like I was at a stoplight and somebody could see me or hear me, they'd be like, that person needs to be in the nut house.
Yeah, I would think so. When I first started getting into this business and I was working kind of more in the music part of it, I met a guy who was a famous DJ in New York, and he had a really nice voice. And I asked him, I said...
Was it Scott Shannon?
Well, yes.
Shannon's a good one.
And I had asked him, I said, like when you develop this voice, like how... And he said, whiskey and cigarettes. I said, done and done. I can do that.
But that's the thing, Los. That's not wrong. There's so many artists that have been made a living off whiskey and cigarettes.
That has been talked about, especially in the broadcast world, for years. I still remember guys that are a good 15, 20 years older than me that I'd be around, and they would talk about how their professors in college, when they would talk about, hey, how do I get more bassy with my broadcast voice? And every single one of them would be like, whiskey, cigarettes, just get into it.
Smoke and drink. Yeah. Like Joe is sitting in the other room going, look, this is a path forward for me.
Well, I mean, Joe can sound like an 8-year-old forever, or he could start smoking the whiskey.
Start smoking.
Need the whiskey, start smoking.
Yeah, because even right now.
Because I talk like this.
That's right.
Well, that's the White Claws. And the vape.
That's exactly what it
White
sounds
Claw
like.
and vaping doesn't do the same thing.
Yeah, we need whiskey
Doesn't work
cigarettes.
the same way.
We need Jack and Marlboros. I mean, cowboy killers. I mean, Reds.
Oh, the Marlboro Red.
Yes, I'm talking real deal. I don't want no fooling around.
Yeah.
If you're going to change that voice up, it's going to take some smoking. So start today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Don't have to tell me twice.
Get the 100s. They last longer.
That's right.
Just the wrong way of teaching someone.
What a way to start a show, telling people they should smoke.
Good morning. Wake up, have a shot of whiskey and a cigarette.
That's right.
Hello, Carline. Can't wait for you to get to elementary school.
That's right. Now start
Kids.
smoking, kids.
If you want to be a DJ like Tug Howard, that's what you need to
Dude,
do.
find yourself a real job. Find yourself a real job. That way you don't have to have 3 or 4 of them. But I'm telling you,
Good point.
you know, I don't think we've ever told children to smoke before. Although
Well, it is Friday.
it is right. We're a little. It's loosey goosey today. But my daddy used to smoke when he was he said he started smoking in late elementary school, middle school.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh, they all started when
Yeah.
they were 8 or 9 years old.
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah, absolutely right. And it was not uncommon, you know, they had smoking areas at schools back when my daddy was in school.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think. I think they were gone by the time we got through there, but probably not long. They hadn't been gone long.
No. Oh, man.
Did your daddy smoke at all?
No, my daddy never.
No.
It was
Mama?
Mama did.
Mama did. Okay.
Mama did. My grandfather was very against it. My grandmother would be the one, she a chain smoker. I mean, light one, and she smoked these old cigarettes called Saratogas. They were very long and brown. And she would hold on to them and cook and you would just watch as the ash would get longer and start to drape a little bit. And you'd be like, please don't get in the soup. Please don't get in the soup. But as soon as that one was out, she'd put that out, light another one, and just keep going. It drove my grandfather crazy. My mom did smoke. Now she's the anti-smoker.
Okay.
So if you were to ever smoke in front of her, she would let you know how bad it is for you, tell you to quit right then, and then would check in with you every day for the next, I don't know, until you quit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Philip Morris introduced Saratoga cigarettes, regular and menthols, in Los Angeles and New York test markets in 1975. That's according to Stanford University. And
She must have gotten the first batch in
she must
75
have.
and
Look
kept
here.
going. Yeah,
I think
that's them.
Rhino's having flashbacks right now.
Oh, those brown packs were everywhere.
Yeah. Oh,
Free
wow.
promotional cigarettes, and she was like, "Oh, these
I'll
are great."
take it. Count me
I'm
in.
in.
Absolutely. What else you got? You know, Lowe's. What about your family? Did they smoke?
No, it was more of my dad's parents. They were really, I mean, both of them hardcore chain smokers. And while it didn't kill them, it was one of those things that when you went over to their house, you pretty much left and went, is there any time they're not smoking?
Yeah.
You know, especially when it came to my grandfather. I mean, I think he picked it up during his time in the service, and he just never let it go after that. It was just part of what he did.
It's funny you bring up being in the service because I didn't smoke, never smoked my whole life, and the only way you got a break in the Navy is if you took a smoke break.
You're like, hey, I'm in.
I would go buy a pack of whatever they had, and I would just light it and hold it.
Yeah.
And when you don't smoke it, it burns forever.
Oh, yeah, forever.
Dude, I'll be out there for 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
I have a 2-hour break. People will be like, "You still out here?" Yep, still
Still
smoking.
got my cigarette.
And then finally, I get tired of holding it, and I'd be like, "Hey, do you want this?"
Yeah.
And I just hand it to somebody that did smoke. And I'll
Right.
be like, "I've not smoked. It's not been in my mouth. Nothing. You know, I've just held it."
That's funny.
And they finally got to the routine, so they see me out there. They'd be like, "Oh man, well, can I get that when you're done holding it?"
It's
You know?
that's a great. So many people did that, in work too. When a lot of places I work, they'd pretend to smoke just to get the smoke breaks with everyone else, and I'd be like, "Yeah, go for it. What do you care at this point? Why not? It's unfair almost."
It totally is, Los. That's the thing. I mean, if they're going to give you a smoke break, but if you don't smoke, you're screwed. Like if you don't go kill yourself with some sort of inhalant, then you don't get a break. That's insane. So I still to this moment when I look back at that's one of the things that I marvel at the most about the Navy was that if you didn't smoke, you didn't get a break.
That's so funny.
We only have, obviously, us being located in the Battery, we only have one particular area near us where they allow you to smoke. And we used to have a coworker of ours who was in operations management. You could always look down from the 4th floor window and spot him down there.
DJ, baby.
Under that tree, just sitting there under that tree.
Exactly. We'd all go like, "Oh, there he is."
Is that the place over to the right of
behind
our building?
Scotty's office.
Yeah,
way
our
back behind our office.
Yeah, our operations van. You can look down from his office and see the area. It's that one road I don't even know what that road is called. Do y'all know the name of that road?
I don't remember.
We've been here for how long
I think it's
now?
like
7
Uber
years?
Drive or something.
Yeah.
Right, it's the only area they allow to, for Uber pickup and to drop off, and it's the only area you're allowed to in one sliver on one side of the street that you're allowed. If you want to light up, you can go light up over there.
Goodness gracious. Well,
you know what the funny thing is, like my grandparents' age and my father's parents, they smoke they smoke
still
like
today?
Yeah, no, they're dead. Carlos's
wow.
Carlos's grandparents,
they
they just always were smoking, and you
It was
always
always
wondered
part of
like,
it, man.
do they never smoke? But it's funny because those old commercials where they said 4 out of 5 doctors recommend Lucky Strike.
Right.
What they did was they'd go to like these doctor conventions and just hand out packs of cigarettes, and however many doctors took them out of their hands, they'd
That's what
count.
they would say,
And one wouldn't. He'd be like, "Yeah, I don't want any."
Yeah.
But everybody else they thought it was a gift, whether they smoked them or not. No one knew.
matter.
But that's how they'd go around this is how obviously they recommended if they took it.
it's like green energy marketing.
Yes,
It's the same thing.
yeah. Everybody loves green energy.
Everybody buys into
We're
the
giving it
bullcrap.
to you for free.
That's
Then we're
exactly
gonna
right.
take your house.
Yeah. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Yesterday, the president, along with a couple other presidents, Clinton and Obama, went up to do a whole bunch of, fundraising. So, and we'll get to the story later that Trump went to a funeral. They all went fundraising. But it was interesting how they got there on Air Force One because the real boss showed up. And Karine Jean-Pierre, you'll hear her in this piece of audio, say, "Hey, this is off the record. I'm going to let y'all know this is off the record." And then you hear, hey, and you're like, oh, the real boss is here.
You all, I want to make sure we are all aware that this is off the record. Off the record, off the record, off the record.
How's it going, everybody?
Oh, the real boss has popped in. How's it going, everybody?
Was that Dave Chappelle doing an impression, or was that the real man?
I think it was the real one, y'all. I think it was the real one, Lowe's.
How weird was it to look at when Air Force One drops the short stairs, and here comes shuffling in a real awkward way is Joe Biden, and then here's Barack Obama right behind him, who pretty much looks like the guy who's running things. It's like, all right, listen, I'm allowing you to go out in front because you're technically the president, but I'm just going to go ahead and be the one who's running things and making sure that when we get in front of a photo op in front of cameras, I look like the person who still knows what they're doing.
He does know what he's doing, and he continues to do what he wants to do. I don't think anybody doubts that or has doubted it. And it's almost like one of those shows where, somebody thinks they're famous and they're walking out and they're like, wow, look at all the people like cheering for me. And then you look behind them and it's like a real celebrity. That's kind of the mode I got from that. Like, here comes the president. Everyone's like, yeah. And then it's like, oh, and he's like, oh, wow, they really like me. And they're like, nah, it's the guy behind you.
That's right. Yeah, or it's a beautiful woman.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's the nerdy guy. And like everybody's throwing up their hand and he's looking around
He's
like,
like,
why is everyone waving at me? And I mean, and he starts waving back. And then the camera. Yeah, exactly.
Then he falls down the stairs.
Yeah, right. And then you see behind him, the busty blonde or whatever.
Right.
And they're like, oh, so
Exactly.
that's what was happening. That's exactly right.
And then they come up out of the stage yesterday and the ridiculous presentation of the three. Oh, I can't wait to talk about later what was going on in New York while they were there.
I just, I don't know, man. It just bothers me that Obama knew that he was going to get a third term, and he's taken full advantage of it. I mean, full advantage of it. I think he's more bold now than he was then because it's not on his shoulders. Like, he makes decisions, and Joe gets blamed for it if people don't like it. He was like, I don't care. This is what we want to implement. This is what we want to accomplish. Joe gets to wear all the, the punches. He gets to wear the black eye. He gets to wear the horrible ratings in polling because it doesn't matter to Barack Obama at all.
How much of this, Carlos, do you think plays into the fact that, we get reports last week that they don't like each other, that there was a grift between them, and we got, the Biden staffers said Obama's rude to him, and then the Obama staffers are saying, no, they're the worst, back and forth. They're trying to show unity between the two, it seemed like.
Well, Obama was very honest about when he said more than a decade ago, Joe can F stuff up. Okay, like Joe can mess up whatever you send him to do. He always understood. Barack Obama, the only reason he ever ended up employing Joe Biden was because, remember, the one area that Barack Obama did not have was foreign relations experience. And the fact that he was a senator for as small amount of time as he was, they looked at it and said, who can you go find that has enough experience? It'll strengthen the ticket. I think that basically he spent the better part of 8 years basically looking at Joe and going, just stay in the shadows, man.
Yeah, just
stay in the shadows and don't say anything, and make sure to talk about the crease in my pants and talk about how articulate I am. It's like that's the sort of stuff that he wanted, and I think that's just continued.
Yeah, it definitely has, and I don't expect that relationship to ever be a hunky-dory, let's go have a beer.
Well, I mean, it's on Barack Obama to basically say, I helped get you elected. This is my third term. You do as I say. You do what I want you to do. And I got that impression hearing that audio on Air Force One yesterday.
Yeah. Hey, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
It was like the clown show showed up or something. Hey!
I've emerged from the shadows and
right.
I'm in charge.
Yeah, don't
off
you
the
know?
record, off the record. Guess who's here?
See, but that's the thing. It almost sounded giddy.
Yeah, oh
because she knows who she's taking her orders from.
Yeah.
Joe doesn't even know where he is.
The Emperor's here.
Yeah, that's right. The actual Emperor's here. The one with no pants.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, exactly.
How's it going, everybody?
One more time. Give me that again. One more time.
How's it going, everybody?
That was close enough.
How's it going, everybody?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
No.
And it almost appears, and y'all tell me what you think before we get to headlines. It almost appears that the way he said it, everybody knows that he's in charge. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like he was like, when he came on, he was like, hey,
Yeah, of course.
I'm here. The guy that y'all know is doing everything. And it's like not even a secret.
No.
That's what it appears. That's the way.
Well,
It goes
it
about
sounded like Groundhog's Day. It's like, hey, guess who gets to get out of the shadow today, everybody? Y'all know
There you
who's in
go.
charge here.
That's probably a better
Yeah,
description.
4 more years.
Yeah, that's probably a better description. Though. She's
Yeah.
exactly right. Like Groundhog's Day. Speaking of
Looks like
Groundhog's Day,
socialism's going to last 4 more years.
y'all see Punxsutawney Phil had 2 kids. He got 2 babies.
Oh, nice.
Punxsutawney freaking Phil.
Now, does this pass down like to which one was born first? Wait,
don't
hold
know.
on 1 second. I just understood that. How did Phil have a baby?
I guess
Men
Phil's
can
a
have
girl.
babies?
Maybe it's his. I just know
Is it
that-
asexual? Like, is there a
don't-
Mrs. Punxsutawney?
I don't know. You know what? I need to look into this a little more.
Yeah. just threw me
I
off
just
there.
saw
I'm like,
it.
wait a minute.
I
Phil
really
had a
did.
baby.
No, I'm not kidding. I saw this today.
It's like Joe having a kid in the basement. I'd be like, wait, how did he procreate when he's just doing his thing by himself?
This is not good. Hang on. I'm going to find it.
Yeah,
and see if
Joe.
I can just tell you real quick. Punxsutawney Phil.
I'm sorry, Joe Virgin River.
Okay.
It's okay.
After 138 years, Punxsutawney Phil and his wife Phyllis are now parents.
Oh, okay.
138 years.
Ooh.
What?
That's not possible.
That's not possible. Yeah, surely they're thinking since like
So,
the creation of the
yeah.
name, right? Yeah,
So he's got a wife
I guess Phyllis
and they had a baby.
a couple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, so is the firstborn, are they like crowned the next Punxsutawney Phil?
I don't know.
Oh, we haven't gotten that deep into it yet.
I just saw the headline. That's
Because
it.
like there's one that's like a Harry and one that's a William, yeah?
I would imagine, yes. And
Yeah.
one of them takes the crown, and the other one gets
The Harry's going to
banished
be
to
like,
America.
he's in a zoo somewhere.
He might not even be in a zoo. He's just running wild in the backyard. He's tearing stuff up.
Yeah.
raising hell.
Punxsutawney Harry. He works down at the river.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He's married to some woman, American woman that no one likes.
Yeah, he digs holes.
Chews through things.
He wasn't one of the smarter ones.
Punxsutawney William.
Yeah.
He's very elegant, and his wife
Yeah.
is everybody likes her. Reminds them of other princesses.
How lonely. You're like, he just digs holes.
He just digs holes.
That's a great visual, though. He's just out there,
Yeah.
just digging a hole.
Just
What are you
during the
doing?
coronation, he's
Yeah.
just sitting up in a mound of dirt looking
right.
through his little hole.
Pissed off.
Oh, so mad. Could have been me. I should have killed him.
That's right. If I'd have knocked him off. Oh, well. All right. This is the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3. I want to ask y'all about Sasquatch. And I'll do it next on Extra 106.3.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust. Your best new follow on social media is Xtra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Xtra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Xtra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
Are you sneezing? Are you coughing? Have you seen the pollen just caked on everything? Of course you have. Well, Central Heating and Air Conditioning, yes, they fix your HVAC if something goes wrong with it, or they maintain it to make it last and run for a really long time. And if it is worn out and you need a new system, then they can give you a great deal on a Carrier system. The best in the business, working with the best in the business. They can give you up to $1,700 with a spring sale they're doing. 0% financing. I mean, there's just all kinds of deals. You can see it at centralheat.com. 770-GET-HEAT's the number. But the one thing I want to focus on because of all of the pollen, yes, they do heating and air. They can fix all that, but they can also fix what ails your house and your family's health as well. Home ventilation and air quality products. Central has a package designed around health using variable speeds, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, and dehumidifiers. They can make your house healthier, which in turn will make your family healthier. All you got to do is call them. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Look, some choices in life are complicated. Others, thankfully, are much simpler. Like choosing Truist One Checking. There are no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and when your life evolves and account balances grow, we'll upgrade your perks automatically. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Mike Lutzenkirchen from the Lutzy 43 Foundation. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Hey, it's Front Office Lows for Underdog Fantasy. The NBA season is still here, and there's no easier way to get in on all the action than with Underdog Fantasy and their Pick'em game. It's a fantasy game, but you can win real money. It's easy. Pick 2 to 5 players from at least 2 different teams. Select higher or lower on the player stats, and if your pick hits, you can win up to 100 times your money. It's legal in Georgia, and it's a ton of fun to play as you can watch the Atlanta Hawks. Stop playing against the pros night in and night out with their hundreds of different lineups. It's just you against the stat. It's that that easy. Underdog Fantasy is even easier to get started. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app or to UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up and use the promo code LOS, and Underdog will match your first deposit up to $100. Plus, they'll give you a mystery special pick to use on your first pick of entry. That's Underdog Fantasy. Promo code LOS, LOS, to get your first deposit of 10 or more matched, plus your special pick. Must be 18 and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
A lot of people believe in Sasquatch. I'm not one of them. A lot of people believe in aliens. That one, I still think the jury's out.
They exist. It's biblical, dude.
But I know you've been telling me this, and you've been telling me.
I went down that rabbit hole.
I know. I'm
At a certain point, you'll just come around to it.
Maybe so. What, Sasquatch though?
Sasquatch is a little bit iffy.
What are you talking about? Look at my new sticker.
Oh yeah, Rhino got a brand new sticker from North Carolina when he was up there.
Yeah, they have them there too. But Sasquatches.
I mean that
one's got a headband on and some sunglasses.
Yes,
but it looks like
it's a cool
like a gorilla.
It kind of does.
It does kind of look like a gorilla. They kind of messed that sticker up, but I still love it. There's a movie coming out too called Sasquatch Sunset that I want to see, and it's got Jesse Eisenberg and
I don't know who that is.
You don't know who Jesse Eisenberg? He played Mark Zuckerberg in that Facebook movie.
I never saw that.
Social Network.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the movie, but I never
Did you
saw
ever
it.
see?
Of course, he didn't see that he played
You're
Lex
right.
Luthor.
There's no way. Yeah, I was about to say. I was like, hold on a second. There's no way he's seen this.
No.
There's just.
I'll look him up. I'm sure I'll recognize him if I see what was in
Now, I will say
Jesse
this.
Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg. So I looked at the preview of Sasquatch Sunset, thinking, because it's like about a family.
Oh, I recognize this
There's
guy.
a little
Okay.
bit of comedy. It looks very funny.
What do you mean a little bit of comedy?
I can't tell because
it's called Sasquatch
they don't have words.
Sunset.
Might be a documentary about a Sasquatch.
It's not a chance.
It is. It's the first time that anybody's followed a Sasquatch family through. Don't you laugh. Don't you dare laugh.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to.
You laugh at the Sasquatch people? What are
I'm
you?
laughing at your enthusiasm because you're so excited about it. That's what's entertaining
You're
to me.
Sasquatch-phobic.
No, I'm
yes, you
not.
are.
I'm not
yes, you
a
are.
Sasquatch-phobic.
And xenophobic.
Oh, I'm not.
I don't know. I'll throw that in too.
You're a sassy squatch phobic.
Yep. Sassy
Y'all would like this man that is apparently going to go hunting up in Colville, Washington, up in Washington State.
Oh, be careful there.
They recorded this phone call, and I don't actually have the call, but I have the content of the call. So a hunter called the police department there in Colville, Washington, and asked if it's okay to hunt Sasquatch while he's there. He's going hunting anyway, and he just wanted to make sure that it was legal to hunt Sasquatch while he was hunting. So he reaches out to the Fish and Wildlife Office, and they're like, yeah, have at it, man.
See?
Just do whatever you need to do.
Oh, that's so wrong. We don't know. I mean, Sasquatch are as close to human. That's basically saying you can murder a human. I don't agree with this. If you can't have a stamp for your hunting license, I don't think you should be able to hunt Sasquatch. I mean, they are an endangered species. They're very hard to find and very hard to see. I don't think that's right at all.
The police chief kind of passed along 2 pieces of information. He's like, where you're going to be hunting kind of straddles the county. You'll have to call the other sheriff. We're saying, yeah, it's fine.
No, that was the sheriff going, you know what? Dude, listen, I'm going to have this guy call you. You won't believe his question.
Yeah. And then the second thing he told him, he's like, man, I'm pretty sure there aren't any around. I feel like one of my deputies would have hit one of them by now.
He didn't say positive.
No, he
said
didn't.
pretty
He
sure.
said pretty sure. That's exactly right. So
they're very good at hiding. You can't see them.
Clearly very good at hiding. I mean, really, really good at hiding.
I mean, I have the train video
from
a few months ago.
There it is. See, but that
just blends right into the countryside.
I know. It's like deer, when they lay in down the holler and back of my yard.
Yes.
Sometimes I have a hard time seeing them.
Exactly.
Because they blend in so well with trees and leaves and all that.
Top 15 most convincing Bigfoot sightings caught on tape. This is sweet.
There you go.
Oh, see, I didn't mean to start. I wasn't serious.
This is a rabbit hole. I've gone down it.
Yeah, you've already
we
done
might
this.
not get Los back. This may spiral for the rest of the show. I don't know.
Oh, that's a good one.
I don't. Los is watching the top 15 most convincing Bigfoot sightings.
Come on.
Caught on tape. Look at there.
Is that a baby?
So what you're not seeing because you're listening on the radio is some footage which looks like.
Come on, dude. That's so. Look at that.
That's a furry creature.
Yeah, what did you think it was?
With the baby.
Yeah.
That's not a monkey walking upright like that.
It's kind of what, yeah.
It's not a gorilla.
No, yeah. I don't know that I believe in anything outside of, the Lord and angels and devils and demons and things. I do believe in that.
Okay.
Well, who do you think?
Who do you think created it? Maybe that was the first look and going, you know what? These probably, you know what? Let's get them a little less hairy.
A lot of time on their hands.
Well, who do you think
that.
freed you from our alien oppressors?
Yes.
Jesus, I guess.
Yes.
Is that what the documentaries told you about the Bible?
You're just going to have to go down the rabbit hole at some point.
Well, you'll have to send it to me.
You'll change up a little bit.
I want to talk to my pastor before I go down the rabbit hole. I want to know
He
what...
doesn't know. Don't act like he's some authority on aliens and Jesus.
What?
Okay?
Right.
You come to Dr. Medina for these sorts of things.
Normally I do, Los. There's... With the exception of Jesus,
but if I was to if I was to put it in those terms, would that not still remain everything valid for you?
Well, hang on. Say that again. You have to ask me a question.
I'm saying that if our alien oppressors, if Jesus is the one who delivered you from this bondage, would you not be thinking, "Wow, pretty good stuff there"?
Oh, well, yeah, but the Lord created everything, so you would have
sound
created...
like Corinne Jean-Pierre at this point.
You gotta hang up
and leave? Yeah. It's been great talking to you guys. You know what? I'm out of here.
And I'm not trying to change the
I'm just
subject.
reconstructing the story, yet still maintains the character.
We already showed you this last week. Even Stephanie jumped in and said, hey, look at this passage. It's in the Bible. You don't believe the word?
I believe
the sky people.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sky people.
I don't know about all this. You
better go talk to your pastor.
Yeah, I'm going to. Pastor Jeff,
will you
come
record
talk
it?
to you, buddy. Yes, if he'll let me. I mean, I'll ask him if he'll let us. I don't know that he will. Maybe he will. On things of the Lord and my faith, I'm going to lean on him most.
Not YouTube.
not YouTube. Yes, I trust Los. I trust you in damn near everything. And I'm over here.
That's the one you draw a line.
That's right.
I'm looking at Bigfoot videos.
Maybe just the slightest step too far.
All
that's
proof.
All. Can I go back to that Corinne, just because you brought up the Corinne Jean-Pierre thing and hanging up? Those cats up in Charlotte, obviously asking the question is great, but they added that dial tone at the end. There's not a chance that the dial tone just popped in there.
That quickly?
Yes.
No, they did the old trick where,
yes,
we have a
course.
phone thing on our board, so if I just pick up a different line, it has a dial tone. They did that game.
Yeah.
It's what we did with Bruce Hagen all the time over at 680.
Exactly.
Hang up on him, pull up another line.
When they hang up, that's what happens. You just have to hit the button in order to activate another line, and it's dial tone.
Yeah, and so they were smart because maybe when you listen to the original audio, you can't tell that she's hung up. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so they know it, and so they put that in there as just an audio prompt so people got what was happening. I'm not saying they were trying to be sinister. But what I am saying is, like, where did that come from? I mean, come on.
Yeah, they wanted to add that in, and they knew they had something here.
Yeah,
they knew
absolutely.
that this was going to go viral, and people in Atlanta would be talking about it, and conservative shows all over, because this is the kind of thing that the Democrats do, and make sure that you emphasize with the actual sound of her hanging up to show that. See that?
Yes, that's right. Los is so
Do you have any questions?
He's not even paying attention to anything we've said. He's focused on...
I love it.
I heard what he said. I'm just saying that I'm looking at Sasquatch videos. And I agree with him. This is what you do. This is the game you play.
He's 5 minutes in, and he's only to 13 out of 15.
I got 12 more convincing videos.
Going down.
Sasquatch.
He's only seen 2. And this entire time,
he's
only seen 2 videos.
Look at them operate over there. Look, what do you think that is? It's not like a close-up.
Of course it's not a close-up.
Thank God we have this technology now where we're able to track them down and see them and maybe help the families that are out there living in the woods.
I apologize for bringing this back up for you listening right now. I apologize to you personally. 404-741-1230.
No, everybody else knows. I mean, even Redneck Poet said that, I don't know if it's true, but I read Bigfoot hijacked that barge.
Well, I'll be. Yeah, that's a new one. That is a new layer that I've not seen yet.
Yeah.
He's coming up with, that's original content.
If they could only sign him to the Hawks. Could you imagine?
Oh, my God.
Bigfoot at center.
Yeah. Well, they need to do something because they're terrible. I mean, at this point, we'd take
that or Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
Teen Wolf was dominant.
Yes, the dominant force in high school basketball.
Yeah.
And Michael J. Fox was cool. You know, back then, he was so awesome. And he wasn't a huge guy, and he turned into a wolf and could dunk all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Dude, I would roll the dice on that. If they say, hey, it's like our conversation from yesterday with the hypothetical.
Yes.
You know, would you rather? If they said, you know what, we're gonna stick something in you, but you'll occasionally turn into a wolf, but you can dunk and play basketball and you can make a lot of money. I think I'd roll the dice. I'd roll the dice. Yeah,
like any sport, maybe.
It's all made up, so you can go any way you want to with it.
Just running down, like playing for the Falcons, running down the field and be like sitting in the end zone, like, hey, after I threw the ball to myself.
Now you're acting like werewolves don't exist. All
right.
I see how it goes. I saw Twilight.
Do, but not like Teen Wolf ones. They don't play high school basketball, but
all right, we've got to stop.
That's an exaggeration.
We have got to stop. Morning Xtra next to 106.3. There are more arrests down at the Atlanta Training Center, and I guess it was a Bigfoot that got arrested in there. Is that right?
No.
Only 10 left to go.
But
Los will be over here watching Sasquatch videos. Continue on.
I'll put it away till the break.
Yeah. Big dummies. Yes, absolutely. Big dummies. And you know what? Once again, they decide to take over. These people think they're more important than everybody else. And of course, have not gotten the full story yet. We do know that one person might be from Atlanta. The other person applied to live in Atlanta just a few months ago to be a part of this. Once again, they come from out of town.
There's an application to live in Atlanta?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what they... basically... You know, obviously changing of address is the kind of application that I'm talking about. But, but again, these are people who came out. Now, of course, they're all white people, all from out of state, all wearing masks and all part of this group that, well, they make plenty of money. This is a game they continue to play, and all it does is really turn the people against them. And I'm happy about that. But I'm also happy about the way that our first responders acted. They shut down roads. They really made it inconvenient for most of the people who live in Atlanta to try to get out of that area to go to work that day. And Atlanta Police Chief Darren Shirebaum, he had this to say, and I thought it was brilliant what he said.
This morning, at 144 feet off the ground, you saw the training and the dedication and the commitment of your first responders at work, Atlanta Fire Rescue and Atlanta Police Department, using their training to get two individuals out of a very unsafe and dangerous situation, and they did it flawlessly. Those skill sets were there because of training. The individuals that were present on that crane this morning is making the city less safe by trying to stop a training center that allows us to have those.
There you go. I mean,
which is what they asked for.
Find a way to drive it home. Yeah. De-escalation, training in order to make sure that things do not get to the point where people lose their lives or people get hurt. That's why you have something like this. Yet, the Antifa jokers, well, they want to change things up a little bit.
I don't know how people continue to fall for this. I really don't.
I don't think they are anymore. You know what? I think the people of Atlanta are like, enough. And I think the city...
In this instance, you're probably right. But I just mean in general. Like, how do they continue to fall for the Antifa nonsense? Give them exactly what they want, and they still want more.
Well, because they
want to be a cowboy.
Right. They continue to go into these neighborhoods, and they've done it here in DeKalb County. They've done it here in the city of Atlanta. They go into the neighborhoods. They're like, oh, this is bad for you. And you know, this is... And then you find out that these people have $1 million pension funds that they go home to, or they go back to Martha's Vineyard to live with their billionaire parents because they just have nothing to do. 23-year-old Parker Demos is one of them. 22-year-old Frederick Hetzel are the two people that they have arrested. Once again, these are people who continue to get arrested. These are people who all work for Antifa or are part of Antifa. These aren't activists. These are fascists. These are people who are trying to take over a movement and they're the same people that are pro-Palestine. They have every little pin for every little activist because that's what they want to do. But I think that, Chief Darren Shirebaum then follows it up with this, which I also thought was a brilliant point.
They made our city less safe this morning by tying up multiple pieces of apparatus and police resources that if a true emergency had broken out in this city were tied up on a publicity stunt that this morning made the city less safe.
Publicity stunt is exactly right.
These people make it less safe.
That's exactly right, man.
They're the ones who took away. And there was a call, and then the fire chief goes, there was a call that we had actually put on hold, or we were late to, because we're here playing with these idiots. These people are domestic terrorists, and they're causing people in the city of Atlanta to have to deal with the fact that 911 is being tied up by these two 22-year-old spoiled little brats. That's what's going on here.
As simple as that.
And we're tired of it. And he even said, stop it.
Still remember, it's been about a good 15, 20 years since a guy who murdered his girlfriend decided, because he was suicidal, he was going all wild, I'm going to get up on a crane in Buckhead. And it shut all of the streets down of Buckhead. And it got to the point where it didn't even matter what he was involved in. Nobody knew. Everyone was just like, just jump and get it over with.
Right.
Okay, just get it over with. Now, they talked him down. Obviously, he gets arrested, and he's going to be in prison for the rest of his life. I'd be curious what kind of repercussions there are for doing this sort of a stunt, this publicity stunt?
Most likely, not a lot. I mean, let's be honest with you.
Are they out already?
Yeah, that's a great question.
They'll be out later today.
Exactly. That's the point, right?
Because the ACLU comes in.
Nothing. They know they're not going to get in trouble. That's why they continue to do this stuff. Morning Extra. Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. When we come back, it's official. Bidenomics is a thing of the past. Which, I mean, actually sounds really good since his economic policy sucks. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
And the only person arrested and so far reprimanded in any way for the Afghanistan withdrawal is the dead Marine's father.
All these arrests are a signal that you will not question the regime.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
All right, listen, some of us are prepared, some of us aren't prepared. Right now, I wasn't even prepared to do this, but you know what? I am prepared now because I'm talking about True Prep. And everything you need, True Prep is there for you when it comes to emergency preparedness supplies. Whether it's water filtration, freeze drying your food, first aid kits, or an AR-15, or any kind of firearm. That's what True Prep's for. They're locally owned, they're locally operated, and they care about Georgians, so you need to go and care about them. Go check them out. Tell them that Rhino sent you over there and start preparing today. I told you I'm going on a camping trip this week with my son. I even went over there to look at the freeze-dried food, and I'm going to make sure that today I'm going to go pick up a bunch of freeze-dried food to bring with us. I talked to Liam. He wants some good pasta. I said, hey, that chicken Alfredo, tried it. Fantastic. So that's a great way to use the food for camping trips, but you need to make sure that you have it in case of an emergency as well. And they have all the supplies, whether you want to do it yourself with the oxygen absorbers and the Mylar bags, or if you want it already prepackaged, they have it. Or even the Harvest Right freeze dryer. You can freeze dry anything, including your leftovers from a restaurant, and save them for 35 years or more if it's non-perishable. You got to go check out True Prep, and if you're new to prepping and you want to make sure that your family's safe in case of an emergency, well, they even have classes there for you. So check them out. Check out their schedule. Go down there, Marietta, Cobb Parkway, True Prep. You'll see all the unbelievable military vehicles right out front, right there before Highway 5, or you can go visit them online right now at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with True Prep.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent, all offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people, and know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Hi-Res Studios, Inc. seeks gameplay programmer in Alpharetta, Georgia to develop and integrate developer-facing software development kits and debug tools. Requires a bachelor's degree in computer science or related field or foreign education equivalent, plus 1 year of experience in game development. Position is hybrid remote. To apply, submit resume to talent@hirezstudios.com. Again, to apply, submit resume to talent@hirezstudios.com.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like JRM Management.
Thanks, Tara. I'm Missy Miller, event coordinator at JRM Management. We are your event specialist. We are excited to see you at the Georgia Food and Wine Festival, March 21st through the 24th. We'll have food, beverages, cooking demos, live music, shopping, and more. Or maybe you're looking for an event where you can bring the entire family. Join us at the Marietta Community Egg Hunt Friday, March 29th, and the Northeast Cobb Community Egg Drop Saturday, March 30th. There will be multiple egg hunts by age and lots of kid-friendly activities. Also, look out for the Kennesaw Big Shanty Festival, the Smyrna Spring Donquil Festival, and of course, the North Georgia State Fair. There's always something fun happening in our community, and we want you to know about it. That's why we love our partnership with Our Town Monthly.
You are so right, Missy. If JRM is there, the fun follows. Friends, check out all the exciting community events hosted by JRM Management. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Extra 106.3 is proud to be your conservative voice in Atlanta, and we offer a huge slate of original podcasts. Head over to thepodcastpark.com and grab the podcast that you love, all presented by Associated Credit Union.
Indeed, and get everything on the Extra 106.3 app, live and on demand. It's so convenient. It's so flexible. I mean, it's what you really want out of life. I want convenience. I want flexibility. I want it when I want it and not when I don't. I mean, I think everybody's like that. I don't think this is unique to me. And that's what the Extra 106.3 app gives you. You can have it your way. Like Burger King. Like, have it your way.
Yeah.
I think we should.
My mic's backwards.
We should. Yeah. Sure, what happened? How'd you do that?
I've been trying to, with Carlos, working, I stole his seat today. And so I moved over, but I forgot how to set it up.
I'm telling you, Rhino,
so uncomfortable.
You're not set up for success. Whenever the Kimber show is over with, that entire workstation has to be redone every single morning.
Every morning.
As does the one over here, and I don't even know if anybody sits here. Does anybody sit here during the Kimber show?
No, not usually. So. I guess if Pete's here, maybe he moves back over to that side. Kimber moves over there. But what I did realize is that one trick: don't ever put the headphones on your head before you plug them in.
Oh, so loud.
Because Kimmer is so deaf.
I made that mistake this morning. It's funny you bring that up. Somebody was sitting here yesterday because it was jacked.
It's cranked. It's cranked like 95 to 100% of full volume.
It's cranked. It's like me on a Friday night, have about 2 or 3 cocktails and listening to Pearl Jam. It's just cranked up, boy.
He got in trouble yesterday on the phone, which was kind of funny because he was talking about Whitney Houston. Kimmer did.
Somebody got mad at him?
Yeah, so a girl called in don't blame her because she's dead. Even though she was a drug addict and she, did overdose. It's not her fault. I'd blame Bob. I understand what this person was saying. And he's like, and so Kimmer's over there going, huh? Honey, what? Who? What'd you say?
Whitney, what?
Wait, say it again. Who?
Okay.
Oh, Whitney. She's pretty. I like her white socks dancing around. I'm like, what are you talking about, Kimmer?
She was such a beautiful woman. There's no doubt about it. Although, there's the alternative version of the Whitney Bobby story that says Whitney was actually the one that influenced Bobby to get into drugs.
I believe that.
That's the way I've always heard it. And of the two, I can only say from personal experience, I've never seen Bobby Brown at a local Atlanta establishment where he looks like he's going to go face first into the bar. And I've seen that twice with her.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, so I've ran into them in personal ways, just kind of out in Alpharetta, and they were up there by Haynesbridge Road at a BP station all the time. And so I got to see them a bunch. He was definitely more with it than her. Although, I don't know, man. It seemed like he was kind of the pusher more than anyone else. And maybe that was later on because that was before they had passed away. But she would be in the car just kind of sitting around just kind of lazy. And he'd be out walking.
Alive. They passed away. Just her, right? Because he's still alive.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Yeah, Rhino's putting him in the ground.
He should be. Oh, sorry.
Easy, killer.
No,
Goodness gracious.
That. Gosh.
Yeah, I think I really do. I believe it was more her than him. That's my personal belief.
I'm telling you, one of the biggest scams ever was turning her in, and again, because she's very talented, she's very beautiful, they made her America's sweetheart for years. Years that woman was America's sweetheart. She could do no wrong. And her personal life was a total mess.
Shambles is what it was in. Shambles, kind of like the Biden administration. In shambles. Look at there. That was a quick change, wasn't it?
Well done. Okay, so this coming from the House Republicans, Speaker Mike Johnson ended up pointing this out as well. And it's funny how when we get small victories on this show, an opportunity to point out when we did something and we said, hey, we told you, here's how it played out. We talked about more than a year ago that calling the entire economy Bidenomics was a bad idea. Okay? Like we said, it's a terrible idea. I can't believe what you're doing. This is not a good thing. And really to point this out, if it was going so well, they'd still be calling it Bidenomics.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the number. This was a research group. It actually comes from Axios, where it tracked how many times that President Biden mentioned Bidenomics in public. So if you go back to last summer, when we get into June, he did it 29 times in public. When we get into July, it was 21. It got as high as 44. Here's what has happened since the start of the year. 3 times. 3 times total in 2024 has Joe Biden said Bidenomics in public. He did it twice in January. He did it once, I got to imagine, on accident in March. He did it no times last month. 3 times in a year after doing it as many as 44 times a year ago. This is how you know the economy is in bad shape, because he no longer wants to put his name on it.
Dude, he did all 3 of them on accident. He does everything on accident. There's nothing that he does on purpose. Maybe walking. He does that on purpose, and then he accidentally falls down a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
No, but
he eats ice cream with a purpose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he put maybe that too. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. When they had to coach him through not saying it anymore too. Right? They had to be like, okay, Joey, you got to slow down on this. Do not say it. It's like teaching.
But you know what he's saying. Hey, you guys came on. You told me to say this.
No, for sure. He does. I'm sure he does.
I bet he gets so angry. Like, you guys came up with the idea Biden. You think I came up with the name Bidenomics? No, you did. Definitely. And now look at me. And look at the jokes that are happening. But this is, Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and all the leaders in the Democrats. This is what they continue to do. Touting the economy, touting it. And I even responded to Chuck Schumer, not that he's going to look at it, but if you have to tout it this much, you're doing it because the American people don't believe you. And I don't think it's
a marketing campaign.
They still don't realize it.
Yeah. Well, it's the surrogates, and Chuck Schumer actually acts as a surrogate here. They're the ones that keep going on network television and telling you everything is great. What do you mean you're having issues with your wallet? Yet the administration, the man at the top, Biden, has stopped calling it Bidenomics, and largely we don't hear that from KJP anymore. We don't hear that from anybody in that White House calling it Bidenomics.
Yeah, no, there'd be no reason to. Because I think Rhino's onto something with this whole. If the economy was going great, they wouldn't even be talking about it because it would be clear. Everybody would be on the same page. Everybody would be like, oh my gosh, this is the greatest ever. I'm making more money than I ever have. My rent's lower than it's ever been. Whatever. Everything financially would be going well. People would be talking about it.
Sure. You wouldn't have to convince us that the economy is great. You wouldn't have to go out there and be like, we created more jobs. Hey, everybody's got more money today. And rising wages. The gas is coming down.
Because we would all see it.
You do it every single day. You're trying to convince the American people, and it's just falling. And it's the same thing with the abortion. They would be running on social issues if everything was okay. They wouldn't be defending the economy the entire time, Lowe's.
No, and that's again, in a nutshell, that's what it comes down to. It's that if everything was better off, then we'd still be hearing Bidenomics. We'd still be having them claim victory. The most that they'll ever point out, they'll be like, look at inflation versus other nations. Look at our GDP versus other nations. I'm sorry, those don't affect my wallet whenever I walk into Publix.
Absolutely
they just don't.
Not. But the music's good in Publix.
That's true,
dude. They got the best radio in Publix.
I hear Five for Fighting in there when I'm in. I'm happy,
dude. They go from country to like R&B to pop, and they only play the hits. It's not crap you never heard of. Publix gets it right, man. I hum along in Publix every day.
I dance down the aisles like I'm in a music video.
And I got to tell you, I like Kroger just as well as Publix when it comes to shopping. You know what I mean? I do. I don't think one's that much better than the other. But musically, Publix is the winner.
Grabbing my sausage, dancing around.
You can't be charged for
Spinning
your
in the aisle.
opinion, even if the leftists would like to start next at Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
There are 3 ways corporations can come up with the money to fork over to the federal government. Number 1, they can raise their prices on whatever it is they sell. That trickles down to the individual who ends up buying that product or using that service. Number 2, they can come up with the money to pay corporate income taxes by withholding money from their shareholders, individuals. No more dividends, maybe. Or number 3, they can come up with that money by withholding salary increases or other benefits to individuals. The corporation doesn't have any wealth of its own. The Democrats know it, the Republicans know it, the media knows it.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcasts every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911. Online at stopmyed.com.
The 2024 season is just around the corner, and the Braves' home schedule is jam-packed with great matchups and even better promotions. The Braves open at home against the defending NLCS champion Arizona Diamondbacks April 5th through the 7th, followed by the New York Mets April 8th through the 11th. The Braves will honor all of their 2023 award winners in a special pregame ceremony on April 6th, and on April 8th, the Braves will then honor the 50th anniversary of Hank Aaron's record-breaking 715th home run with a special Hank Aaron bobblehead giveaway together with Truist.
There's a new home run champion of all time, and it's Henry Aaron.
And the second half of April continues with another great giveaway featuring Ronald Acuna Jr.'s 2023 Stolen Bases record bobblehead giveaway presented by Xfinity on April 24th. And 2 Blooper Kids giveaways on April 21st and the 28th. Visit Braves.com/promos to get your tickets and check out all of the fun planned this April. Atlanta Braves baseball. We are Braves country.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Start your day the right way with Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra every morning from 6 to 10 a.m. on WFOM Marietta Extra 106.3.
I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. They'll do that again today in New York, the day after former President Trump attended the wake for murdered New York City cop Jonathan Diller.
The Diller family you'll never be the same. You can never be the same. And we have to stop it. We have to stop it. We have to get back to law and order. We have to do a lot of things differently because this is not working.
Fox's Chanley Painter reports Diller
was killed in the line of duty during a traffic stop. Police say the suspected killer had 21 prior arrests and had just been released on parole. Today will be the second day to pay tribute to Officer Diller at a wake. A memorial march will also be held in his honor.
Now, President Biden was also in New York, and so were protesters. Hundreds gathered outside Radio City Music Hall, angry over U.S. support for Israel in the war in Gaza. Now, inside, former Presidents Clinton and Obama helped raise $26 million for President Biden's campaign. While House Republicans consider impeaching President Biden, they've already impeached Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas over the record surge of illegal immigration, but it'll go nowhere in the Democrat-led Senate, which will get the case April 10th. In a new Fox News poll,
President Biden gets low marks in trust to handle immigration policy, which includes the southern border. Only 39% think he can fix the problems. 57%, however, would trust former President Trump to handle border issues.
Fox's Gernal Scott, it's 1 year to the day since Russia jailed American journalist Evan Gershkovich as an accused spy.
He has done, under the most atrocious of circumstances, incredibly well.
Wall Street Journal managing editor Paul Beckett in a Fox Nation special.
He's in a cell for 23 hours a day. He gets out for 1 hour a day into an exercise compound. It's just about the same size as his cell, so it's sort of 6 steps, 6 steps, 6 steps.
The U.S. says Gershkovich is wrongfully detained. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Want weather? Grab your phone. Need traffic? Grab your phone. Conservative news and talk, also on your phone. Get the Extra 106.3 app.
Listen live and on demand on that Extra 106.3 app. Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, and Los. Friday, 7:03, and at 3:05 this afternoon, we'll be listening to the Braves play. That is the best news I've heard today. Other than we get a weekend ahead of us, baseball season's back. It is opening day for us. They had their opening day yesterday. They and Los's Rangers walked it off. You saw the
it was cool.
The Yankees got a big win, Rhino.
Yankees big win, yeah.
The Dodgers got a big win, I think against Houston. And today we get our own opening day. Let's go.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited for opening day. Like, I was really excited yesterday, but today now, even though I'm going to be packing and stuff, I think I'm going to listen to Kimmer at 3 and watch the game at
Have
3.
Kimmer on and
that's why
Kimmer on the radio.
Kimmer on the radio.
Braves on the TV.
Yeah.
That's what I love that.
Well, we're going to have to listen to what Kimmer is going to have to say about our show after we get a chance to have some fun with Kimmer later this hour. So that's going to be my plan, too.
Bastards.
That's what he's going to call us. That's what we didn't even do anything. He called us bastards. Can you imagine what he's going to call us a little later about, 20 minutes from now?
I mean, I'll be at the Georgia World Congress Center. We have the start of Big South, so volleyball families, y'all know what it is. It's the biggest one in the country. Every single hall, A, B, and C, all filled with volleyball. But I'll still be on the phone, making it a point to steal, Tug's Direct TV so I can watch the Braves from there.
Yes, absolutely, man. That's the thing. Like, Los lets me steal his Max. I let him steal my Direct TV. That's a
Good
friendship
trade.
right there.
Good trade.
That's a partnership. That's what happens. And I love it. And, so Los will have that. And then, y'all, Sweet 16 basketball ain't too shabby. Alabama knocking off freaking North Carolina.
Nelson to put him up 3, and he missed it. And it's Nelson got the block. Game over. Alabama. The Sweet 16 is no longer sour. They advance to the Elite Eight for the first time in 20 years.
Dadgum Bama, their basketball team is showing up. And they were really good last year. Didn't they expect to have this season last year?
Oh, yeah.
Because they had what was the kid, Los? Do you know the kid's name?
Yeah, he was the number 2 overall draft pick.
Shoot,
and that's I was gonna say that
Brandon Miller.
Thank you.
What's funny is I can say Victor Wembanyama like in a minute, and I'm like Brandon.
Miller.
Right. But even last night though, if you watched any of that game, North Carolina, by the time they got to half, because they were shooting the lights out, they were very comfortable in that game. It was somewhere 7 to 9 points, and then they just had like this cold spell for like 2 minutes, and that was it. Suddenly, it was a nail biter.
That's all it took, man. That is all it took. And then Alabama to beat North Carolina, something else. Illinois got a big win.
Clemson's moving on.
Man. And Clemson will be playing Alabama. Is that right? Clemson, Alabama in the Elite Eight. I think that's it. Yes. It sounds like a football.
Yes. Sounds about right. You know what? Just say it with confidence, and I'll go with you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm telling you, I don't have a bracket, so I
know.
What I do is I turn on the TV at like 7 o'clock and go, there's going to be a game on. That's all I'm looking forward to.
No, I get it. I understand. My wife I'm telling you, she gets so wrapped up in the tournament. And she is so dedicated to her bracket, and it's so cute to watch, and it's fun, and I love watching games with her because she makes it fun. She has no clue what's going on. She just knows that she wants this team to win. Like, I'll give you an example. Was it Grand Canyon University that went on that little run
and played Alabama
and
got
the one kid that broke the record for so many 15? He hit 15 of his first 3, whatever it was. Anyway. They were winning. They were playing whomever she had in her bracket, and I can't remember because it was last week. And I was cheering for the underdog in this game. Oh, they're playing North Carolina State. That's who it was.
I was thinking about Oakland, yes.
Oakland, yes, thank you. I'm getting them all backwards. Good Lord. I was trying to say it with confidence, Lois. I was trying to take your advice.
Keep rolling with it.
I was like, I'm gonna help him out right here.
Thank you.
Because I was watching the game as well.
Yes, thank you. And Oakland, they're on a run, and they kept coming back, and they kept coming. Laura needed North Carolina for her bracket, and she was getting so perturbed with me because I kept cheering for Oakland. I thought the story was cool. I wanted to see the underdog win, and she was having none of it. She was like, if you're going to keep doing this, I'll go watch in the other room.
Sure.
I was like, good Lord.
Yeah, get upset.
So anyway, but she's fun to watch with. So,
it sounds it.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well,
most of the time. Yeah, most of the time.
I don't blame her. I get like that.
Sorry.
Yes, that's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, she was.
But here's the thing: NC State is the only Cinderella really left. They're the only team.
Yeah,
where
number 11.
They were facing elimination to start their conference tournament, and they had to win 5 straight games just to get into the tournament, just to qualify. They had to win their conference championship. They've now won 7 straight, and so that's why they're the only seed still left that's an 11 seed that's you're not supposed to be here, yet you are.
Yeah, and so, I'll be cheering for them against number 2 Marquette, and then, on the other side is Purdue and Gonzaga. Purdue and Gonzaga, which is a 1 and a 5 seed. Whatever. I don't have a dog in the fight. If there's a chance to cheer for the underdog, I typically do. And so that's what makes it fun.
I always do too.
So, we got Sweet 16 basketball, Braves baseball. There's so much to do this weekend. It is so stinking good.
Oh, one more note for you?
Yes.
So the best team in the NBA is the Boston Celtics by a lot.
Oh, yes.
It's now back-to-back times the Hawks have knocked him out. They beat him in overtime last night with DeJounte Murray, getting his 44th point. I'm just figured as long as we're spreading the love around, I'm like, I don't know who this Hawks team is, but for back-to-back nights, they've been one of the best teams in the NBA.
That's right. And it's fun to watch.
They need to keep going. That's for sure. I mean, hopefully they keep going because they're getting back to 500 if they continue down this path.
Just a little bit further, Rhino. A little bit further.
500 basketball, that gets you into the playoffs these days, doesn't it?
Every time now.
That's what I'm saying, man. I don't know that that's good for the...
after what it was earlier in the year and their injuries and the weirdness, I'll take it right now.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying, with the Hawks.
I just want more things to watch. I'm very simple. I want more things to watch on a random Tuesday night.
Variety.
Give me something I can watch on a Tuesday night. I'm happy.
I love it. And that's where I want to be too, Los. So coming up here in about 15 minutes, do not miss what Los has cooked up in the lab. Do not miss it. I'm just going to leave it at that, and then we'll talk about Donald Trump's lawyer, the fact that he can't be arrested or can't be charged for false statements. You're trying to tell me, Rhino, that the left doesn't want you to have an opinion, and if they do, they want to arrest you because of it.
Yeah, there's a lot that's going on with this case, and again, I think we're just kind of slowing down here in the state of Georgia because I think eventually it's going to catch up to Fani Willis, all of her corruption and the things that she's done. So I think that right now they're just hearing. This is just a hearing. This is just motions that they're going to hear out. And Steve Sadow gets really just the upper edge every single time he comes in. I think he's fantastic, and I love what he did. But it is important for people to remember that there are two things that happened. There was a phone call, which was pretty much thrown out by Judge Scott McAfee at this point. So these allegations of him making phone calls, well, it doesn't work. And when you talk about, well, he was looking for votes, he was looking for votes that were there, then disappeared. And he was like, what happened to those votes? So as we get more and more information about this, you're going to start to realize, like, I think poor Fani is struggling to try to figure out how she's going to do this on her own. But there's one thing, and it's more important than anything else. He can't be charged with making false statements about what he thought was wrong or
having an opinion
on an election. And that's the important part, which I think Sadow did a really good job, that this was a political speech argument and that these are different than him calling for any kind of violence or actually breaking a crime or breaking a law.
My thing overall is the man is being persecuted. It's clear what is happening. And the more we see, the more we realize that these flimsy charges are not going to stand. And the fact that somebody can't say, this is what I believe happened, and in the United States of America, where you have your opinion, is your freedom of speech, when you're able to say, and well, you know what? And I'm going to bring, this is something you were watching earlier that we've both seen.
Yeah.
A woman posts something on social media, and the FBI shows up at her house to question her about the things that she's posted on social media, and they were critical of Joe Biden. So that is her opinion. Mm-hmm. And all of a sudden, Biden's weaponized DOJ shows up at her house. Like, maybe you don't see a correlation between the two, but I do. Woman's opinion, she's being tracked down by a corrupt DOJ. Donald Trump has an opinion about what happened in Georgia during the election that cost him the election. He has an opinion on it, and now he is being taken to court. There's a lawsuit after him because of it. I don't know how this continues in America.
Let me give you just a statistical anomaly, because again, this all goes back to, if I have an opinion, why does everyone then get to use lawfare against me? Just like that poor woman who had that over in Stillwater. Let me give you a number right here. So if you just look at bellwether counties, and you take a look at when somebody has won it yet did not win the national election. For Michael Dukakis, he won 2 bellwether counties back in 1988, and yet George H.W. Bush won the election. Al Gore won 1 bellwether county, yet did not win the election. Same thing with John Kerry. He won 2 in 2004, yet George W. Bush won the election. In 2020, Donald Trump won 18 bellwether counties, yet did not win the election. These are the sorts of things that don't happen, okay? These are the sorts of statistical anomalies that if you just bring this thing up and you say, I have an opinion that there's something weird that has occurred, that should not be prosecutable. But again, in Biden's America, in this version of it, apparently if you post a meme or you have an opinion about an election, that's prosecutable.
Yeah, and that's the weird part about it, because, you know, what the prosecutor, and it's Donald Wakeford, who is the prosecutor. Fani Willis was not there yesterday, although the rest of the crew was. Obviously, Nathan Wade was not. So he went back and said, well, look what Judge, and it was the U.S. District Judge Tanya Chutkan said back in Washington, D.C. I believe she's in Washington, D.C. I can't keep up, but basically said that, well, Chutkan found that Trump's indictment didn't violate the First Amendment. That's not what they're going on. What crime is there? I'll play AOC at this point. What crime? What did he do? Did he rob someone? What is the crime? The charges are racketeering. Okay, I understand that. You have felony counts for what? They all stem from a political speech trying to ensure that 2020 presidential election was not stolen. That's all it was. It was during a presidential speech. And that's what Sadow, I thought, brought up brilliantly as well.
My thing is, I have an opinion on it. Does that mean I'm going to be prosecuted?
Yes.
Does that mean
you should be?
Well, according
You're
to
a
the left,
citizen just as much as Trump.
It's exactly right. So if everybody on this show has an opinion, and look, maybe even Bored Up Joe, he may even have a different opinion. Does that deserve to be taken to court? And where does that fall when it comes to your God-given right of free speech that is given by the Lord and described in the Constitution of the United States? How is that happening in America?
I don't get it. I really don't understand it. I mean, if we were to go out right now and the three of us were all of a sudden to like kind of flip it around, let's say it was April 1st, it's close, maybe we could do this, and just start saying, hold on, Stacey Abrams is the rightful governor of the state of Georgia. Brian Kemp didn't win. Find me the votes because I heard she's going to win this. I know she is. I saw her register
CNN
this
told
amount
me.
of people. We had all these numbers. Something went wrong. Do you think they'd come after us then?
No. Of course not.
There's no amount of law that can be used against Donald Trump that's too much. I mean, that's first and foremost.
That's it. Yeah.
But when you start telling me, and this is what happens when you grow the size of government, when you expand the IRS and the FBI, which, by the way, we've talked about it before, blow it up into 1,000 pieces, scatter it to the wind. When you grow the size of these organizations, it's not like they get complacent, okay? It turns into, how do we use our powers against American people?
And
so
they are.
this is what goes on. Every single time you grow these things, they get bored and they turn their tentacles and turn their sights on the American people.
And to that point, the only thing that's growing in the United States of America is government jobs.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing that's growing. So and as Los is describing, if they continue to grow that and they continue to go after Americans, at what point does either America collapse under its own weight, or do people fight back in the proverbial fight back? I'm not saying, violence, because I know I'd be accused of that. And
blow it up.
Definitely blow up the FBI and the CIA and all that. Absolutely.
When Vivek Ramaswamy, Rhino, told us I would get rid of these organizations day one, I'm like, slow clap. All right, slow locker room clap.
That's why I think he still needs to be, somebody in, hopefully gets a cabinet position at this point.
He will.
I just don't understand the criminal intentions, because that's what the prosecutor continues to say. It was part of a criminal act that he lied over and over. You can't prove that he lied about anything. He's asking questions about it. He believed it. And what are the criminal intentions?
I'm not sure. I don't still believe it.
Was the intention not to, hey, we believe a lot of things went wrong. Let's look and see how these votes, let's get a recount. Let's do a forensic audit. What are the criminal intentions? Because I'll tell you what, maybe if they would have done a forensic audit, they find 12,001 votes. Guess who's president?
That's exactly
so
right.
how is that criminal in any way whatsoever? And everything that Donald Trump said, saying, hey, let's figure this out. Why was there a water main break? What happened here? He's asking questions. That is core political speech, if I've ever heard one. Public concern about the election, which we saw in polls, especially here in Georgia, is very interesting in this case to me, because all of us felt like, hey, can we at least look at it? We were told no time after time after time. That's a political speech that he was asking for the people. I don't get it.
And Rhino continually, and this has been even before Los, you joined the show, when we were just talking to you, every Friday. And Rhino would say, okay, if you count the faulty ballots over and over again, you're going to get the same faulty number. Do a forensic audit. And now that to this point still hasn't been done. So if you wanted to eliminate any questions and everybody have the right opinion, quote unquote, then do the forensic audit and end any question, end any concern. Everybody will be on the same page because everybody will see the same evidence.
You have people that look at 1930s Germany and they say, well, how did people go along with that? Like, how did that occur? 2020 is going to be something that's going to live in our lives forever, because you're going to say, oh, wait a minute, how did y'all all go along with that? How did you know that these statistical anomalies were happening and yet everyone just had to sit on their hands? It's like COVID, man. It's like we conditioned this country not to ask questions, and if you did, you had a problem and you were punished for it. And so that mentality, I remember it, I'll never forget it. And I think that was so much of what enabled this country to then not question things that typically, if it had been any other year, we would have been questioning. We've been getting on the tallest building and saying, what the hell is going on here?
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, March 29th. It's come and gone. The legislative season is over in the state of Georgia. Many bills that affect Georgians went through voting yesterday and will be sent to the governor's desk for signing, most notably the $36 billion budget. Some of the bills that failed to make it across the finish line involve sports gambling, the gun safe credit, some election bills, and the controversial mining near the Okefenokee bill, the swamp.
The Okefenokee swamp, right?
Okefenokee
Down
swamp.
South Georgia.
This is like the coolest name, by the way,
Dude.
for a swamp ever.
No, you're right.
I love it.
Man, I thought the same thing. It is the coolest. I mean, we're editorializing now. I know in its headlines we're not supposed to do that. But anyway.
We're not real journalists.
I know we're not. That's
Whatever we want to do. It's Friday, damn it.
That's right. A Clayton County police officer has been put on administrative leave after they were involved in a shooting on Riverdale Road. According to police, the officers involved were following a man wanted for a sexual assault that happened overnight. When the officers approached the man, he pulled out a gun and started to shoot at the officers. One officer returned fire, hitting and killing the man. Police will continue to investigate. And in sports, it's opening day for the Atlanta Braves. Braves kick off the 2024 season this afternoon in Philadelphia. Quadzilla Spencer Strider will be on the mound for the Braves. Zach Wheeler will throw out the first pitch at 3:05 for the Phillies.
Let's go, Braves. So good. We're going to go in front office Los Laboratory next. If you enjoyed the Drunk Kimmer segment, you have no idea what you're in store for.
I'm going to go pee now so I don't pee myself.
That's exactly right, because you're going to be giggling aloud. With the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los next. The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
In my attempt to learn more Spanish, I've been trying to learn how to say SpongeBob SquarePants. Esponje Roberto Pantalones Cuadrados.
There you go.
The things that you will focus on when learning Spanish.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Hey, good morning. It's Los. Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, the fan favorite way to play fantasy sports. The tournament is here. Last night, hey, I hit 3 out of 4. Daddy won a little bit of money. And yes, I'm calling myself Daddy when I win a little bit of money. Don't tell the wife. We're going to have to use that this upcoming weekend. Did that with Underdog Fantasy. Their college basketball pick'em is just the easiest and one of the most fun ways to enhance your eating. Here's how it works. And by the way, this also applies to Major League Baseball as you get opening day going today. You pick 2 to 5 players on your pick'em entry. You select higher or lower when it comes to their stat. Whatever the stat is. Last night, I was doing it off first half points. I did it one off of rebounds, and I hit my 3 out of 4. I was a winner. Now, you can win up to 100 times your money in a single night. Endless amounts of projections that you can play with Underdog Fantasy. Of course, it's all legal in the state of Georgia. It is entirely up to you. I won't mention the young man's name, but if you had just gotten me one extra basket, we would have won, let's say, about another quadruple of the money. Okay, that's how it would have played on out. Here's what you do. You can download the easy way, downloading the mobile app Underdog Fantasy, or you can go to underdogfantasy.com. And then when you sign up, just put in the promo code LOS, L-O-S. That's LOS, L-O-S. They will match your first deposit up to $100. Also give you a mystery special pick as well. Again, promo code LOS for that deposit match up to $100. And, of course, getting that mystery special pick. You can play some Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 years or older. Present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org. Play Underdog Fantasy this afternoon.
Hey, Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPsETC.com.
5 stars. All rise for To Kill a Mockingbird. Unmissable and unforgettable. A mockingbird for our moment. Beautiful, elegiac, satisfying, even exhilarating. A New York Times critic's pick. Mockingbird is now the most successful American play in Broadway history. All rise for Aaron Sorkin's great play. Richard Thomas is Atticus Finch in Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird.
Playing at the Fox Theater May 7th through the 12th. For tickets, visit BroadwayInAtlanta.com. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Extra.
Doug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Before we open the doors to front office Los Laboratory.
He's a little evil genius.
He's got his fingers, he's had his hands together and he's just
turned himself into Pickle Rick again, probably.
That's right. I got a lab coat on. I'm ready to go.
That's right. So before we kick open the doors, let's talk about Nucky's, because that is where our buddy Kimmer will be broadcasting from today, 3 until 6. So a little later today, 3 until 6.
It's his birthday show.
Oh, and it's his birthday.
Happy birthday to Kimmer. Oh, the funny thing was, because we were talking about, going up, giving him a big hug and
popping a balloon in front of him.
Yeah, he said, no, don't come up and hug Kimmer.
Okay, well, look, he's armed.
I say
my man's armed, so
he wants it, though.
No,
he does.
Look,
he wants to be hugged a little bit.
You get somebody shot.
Just an arm around him. Yeah, but then he talked about taking girls for drives.
In the Mustang.
In the Mustang. Like if you want to go for a ride.
Yeah, well, I think it's different than him selecting ladies that he. Is attracted to maybe and taking them for a ride in his
I thought Rocco
NASCAR.
for sure would get up there, give him a big hug and kiss.
Yeah, right. So maybe don't pop balloons and don't hug him without permission. Yeah, so that's just me. But anyway, he's going to be at the Nucky's in Roswell. It is 1133 Woodstock Road. Really, really great organization. Really, really great ladies. We so appreciate them supporting Extra 106.3. So if you could go over there, make sure you have one of their sandwiches. They brought Sammy's yesterday.
Man, thank you for that.
So good. Los, I thought it was so kind of them.
Oh, yeah.
Because they know your dietary restrictions. And they went out of their way to accommodate.
They wrote on there, no cheese, no mayo. They got me the veggie. It was awesome. It was a really good lunch to be able to have. And so I even wrote my little name on it and everything else. So it was really cool. So thank you, ladies.
A lady's touch is what that was.
Yeah, I saw it in the bag, and I was like, how sweet is this? And I Stacy and Shannon, I believe, are the two ladies that run that. Really good sandwich. Really good sandwich.
So good. Me and Rhino had the Italian.
Yeah, I had the Italian.
And
of course I did.
Yeah, well, of course. I don't know why would there be any question about that. But so good. So get by there. See Kimmer today. He'll be there doing his show with Pete. 1133 Woodstock Road at Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell. Los, you take over. You open the door. You lead us into whatever this might be.
Can't wait.
Speaking of Kimmer, I think the show is getting weirder and weirder if you've been listening. Now, as you were alluding to, the Braves play at 3:05. I'm going to have the game on the TV. I'm going to be listening to Kimmer to see what they have to say because, again, it's becoming a stranger and stranger show. So I started getting a hold and saving all their promos this week. All right? Every single one that has aired, and oftentimes they air in our 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock hour, I've been saving every single one of them. I want you guys, if you want to re-listen to one, let Joey know. He'll be ready to go. He's going to have this on hand. But take a listen to this first Kimmer promo because I think we've now reached the point, as Kimmer's now getting older, another birthday today, he's starting to ask for things that sounds very strange. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Flounder, I need you to tickle me. Either you or Pete, one of you bastards has to give me a good quality tickle. Don't take that in a sexual way. I'm just looking to see which one of you two is going to land the inheritance. Who is truly the best at tickling the Kimmer?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Astro 106.3.
When did that? Because
I thought,
a little peek behind the kimono here, a little peek behind the curtain. What we do is oftentimes when moments in the show happen, we'll capture them to promote the show. And so, Rhino will grab something that he hears that makes him laugh, or we all agree that is a good illustration of what our show is. And those will run in the afternoon during the Kimmer Show to promote our show. Hey, go back and listen to the Morning Extra. Here's what you might have missed. Here's some of the crazy things that happened. When was that? What part? Where did that come from?
This must have been from that point where you remember when they were labeled as that cute gay old couple.
I do recall that. Yes,
so I think they're just trying to highlight that this is who they are. They like to be tickled and touched, and
that can't be the case. Well,
hold on, Joe.
Okay.
Reload it.
Reload that. That's what I heard. He needs to get tickled.
Because you hear he points it out. This is not a sexual thing for Kimmer. Take a listen to what he's asking for.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Flounder, I need you to tickle me. Either you or Pete, one of you bastards has to give me a good quality tickle. Don't take that in a sexual way. I'm just looking to see which one of you two is going to land the inheritance. Who is truly the best at tickling the Kimmer? The Kimmer Show.
The inheritance.
There he goes. He's now throwing that out there. That if you want to get a piece of the money, a piece of the action, you got to give him a good tickle.
I'll be honest. I'll be up there at 2 p.m.
Seriously,
up at Nucky's. I'll be tickling the heck out of Happy Birthday, Kimmer.
Yeah, man, because I want the Mustang.
I want
dude.
Well,
look.
If I get the inheritance, I'm giving you that Mustang.
Okay, good enough.
I don't need the Mustang.
I want the Mustang, but I don't know that I'm willing
I want
to
that Desert Eagle.
See, there you go.
I don't know if he has one, but that's what I see him as.
I don't know that I'm willing to tickle anybody for it, though. I mean, I don't care if you say this is not sexual. Tickling is sexual.
Are you ticklish?
Well, when it's adults, I'm not saying when you're kids. Yes, I'm very ticklish. Yes, but when I was tickling my son as a child, and he giggled, and there's nothing more magical than a child's laugh. But when you get into your adult years, tickling is sexual. That's it.
Well, I think you have an opportunity.
It could be either one.
I think when it comes to you, Tug, you have an opportunity probably at inheritance. I don't know if Rhino does. I want you to take a listen. I think I recorded this one from Tuesday. Take a listen to this Kimmer promo where he works in Rhino.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The morning Rhino in the mornings keeps telling everyone that I'm not going to make Christmas. He keeps saying that Kimmer won't make Christmas and that he's betting on it. He's betting real money on it. But the joke is on him, Flounder. I took a bet out that he's going to get stabbed in the stomach by a jealous ex-lover. Do you hear me, Pete?
Wow.
Rhino is the one that's going to have a hole in him by Christmas.
Oh, my.
It's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show.
Oh, my God.
He's inciting violence.
Man, he sounds like a Democrat.
Predictive programming is what that is.
It's pretty wild that he's taking Rhino's betting, and he's taking a lot of offense to it.
I was just trying to joke around.
I thought it was a joke.
Yeah, I don't want him to go anywhere.
No, nobody wants Kimmer to die.
Oh my God, man! You know what? Maybe I picked the wrong seat today. Maybe I should be facing the glass.
Kidding. You need to be watch your back because look, I don't know if he wants if he's trying to predictively program somebody do that, or is he willing to? Is Kimmer willing to go at you because he is furious about your bet?
Well, gosh.
This is where I'm starting to get
lose weight with the hole in my stomach.
This is where I'm starting to get more and more concerned with his level of violence because, as you guys said, he's armed.
Yeah.
If you go give him a hug, he's armed.
Yeah.
All right. Take a listen to this promo. He was talking about Joe Biden. You know that he always gets upset about Joe Biden. Take a listen to what Kimmer had to say this week when it came to President Joe Biden.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I don't know why anyone would vote for Joe Biden. It makes me sick. It makes me feel like puke. I don't know why anyone would do such a thing. If any one of you sons of bitches votes for Biden, I am going to cut my finger off. Do you hear me? I am going to cut my finger off. Flounder, take a look at this big shiny knife I have.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra.
Man, he's going to...
Wow.
I mean, look, I'm committed too. I'm committed to this because I don't know why you're going to vote.
I'm out. I don't give a damn who you vote
I'm not cutting my finger off.
I'm not cutting my finger off for nothing.
No, I'm good with him cutting his finger off.
No, you're right, Doug. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Although I don't know what I use my pinky finger for. Anyway.
I'm not that pot committed for anything.
Can you imagine that
Well,
Kimmer
he pulled that knife out? Did you hear it come out of that sheath?
It was. I tell you what. Let's re-rack it because you got to hear the size of that thing. And listen,
it sounds so big.
Well, listen to how weird he is. How he starts threatening to cut people. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I don't know why anyone would vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah,
it makes me sick. Yeah. It makes me feel like puke. I don't know why anyone would do such a thing. If any one of you sons of bitches votes for Biden, I am going to cut my finger off. Do you hear me? I am going to cut my finger off. Flounder, take a look at this big shiny knife I have.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
That's pretty serious hardware that he's got on him.
Start calling him Shinobi.
I wonder which finger, too. It's got to be the pinky, though, right?
Yeah, I would think that he would make sure to take that pinky off. All right,
Kimmer, none of it's worth it. None of it's worth it. Anyway, go ahead.
So we all know about Elevator Girl, right? This is the moment he had in the parking garage.
That's what brought up Drunk Kimmer.
Yeah.
That's what brought up Drunk Kimmer. He had a moment with a young woman, 21, 22, of them just chatting, and it made his day. Take a listen as Kimmer is still thinking about that on every show to this day.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I've written a poem. May I share it with you guys? I'm a little shy about this one. It's called Elevator Girl. Dear Elevator Girl, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. I just wanted to let you know that your beauty is only surpassed by Pete's ability to take it away from you. Tread carefully around him. The end. What? Hey, Flounder, take a look at this big knife.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3.
I couldn't follow it. I'll be honest. I could not follow what was happening.
He was
there.
drunk again.
Someone's going to have to help me understand it because I don't know how he got from.
He's super creepy, man.
This
Even
woman.
in promos.
I'm writing promos about her. Pete's going to take her beauty away and look at this knife. That's a lot going on in one promo.
There was a lot going on. Speaking of a lot going on, we all do have to start thinking about Kimmer and recognizing that we need to cherish this man. Okay. I did not hear this until it was yesterday's show, and he got into some of the health things he's been dealing with. He's coming up on another birthday. Yeah. Take a listen to what Kimmer had to say about some of the health issues he's been fighting through.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Did you all know that it's Reba McEntire's birthday today?
I did know
Yes,
that.
She's almost 70 years old today. Wow. On another note, I hope you can hold a good thought for old Kimmer, as I am going to have my unhealthy human spine replaced tomorrow morning, and a new baboon spine is going to be put in its place. Flounder, I'm going to need you there as my blood boy just in case.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
He's getting a baboon spine. Can I get the tail? I want the tail.
All right, couple more with Kimmer for Friday. All right, as we're coming up on Easter weekend, take a listen to another one of these promos where Kimmer talked about a prank that got pulled against him.
Okay, good. Okay.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
So Pete ends up playing this joke on me last Easter. Pete took my keys and hid them from me, and I knew this situation could get quite dangerous because nightfall was coming and the Kimmer can't see too good at night. But old Kimmer has a few tricks of his sleeve still left. I hid Pete's insulin and all of his needles until he got critically sick and had to give me those keys back. 3:06 is the time. It's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon.
Wow, that's so brutal.
Dude, he does not
sick
play.
did Pete get? I knew
Rhino.
it. I saw him losing weight. I was like, what's going on with Pete?
I know all this is important. But I'm telling Rhino he better watch out. Because if he'll do that to Kimmer or to Pete that he works with every day, when he talks about stabbing Rhino, it's coming.
It's coming.
I mean,
my gosh.
hiding Pete's insulin to get his keys back.
Low down.
I'm looking around behind me, and
that is low down.
A couple more left here.
He took his insulin.
Take a listen to Kimmer. Apparently, Kimmer is also concerned about the future of his heart. Take a listen.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
My heart could go at any minute, you guys. Do you know how much strain I have put on this thing? Do you know how much cocaine there was around the radio and TV stations in the 80s? Do you have any idea? I need you to make me a promise, Pete. Make me a promise that once I go into cardiac arrest, you'll run down to your car and shock me back to life by attaching your car battery to my nipples. I already have it in writing, that Flounder. Will do the same if my cocaine heart goes too crazy.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
He might be losing it a little bit,
Does he think we don't have a defibrillator?
Did we do this to him? Did we push him over the edge like this?
Not. We have a defibrillator. In this building, there must be a defibrillator. We don't need to hook you up, Kimmer,
I don't know
to
where
a
it
car
is.
battery.
He's getting all violent. He's talking about his heart.
Things are rough right now.
All right, last one for you guys.
Oh no.
I didn't know about this, but apparently there's an additional ailment that happy birthday Kimmer that he's dealing with, and we're trying to raise a little bit of money for it. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
311, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. I need you in the audience to hold a good thought for Kimmer. You see, the test came back, and it turns out I'm positive. Positive for scurvy.
Oh, no.
I got it, Flounder. It's now confirmed. It's full-blown all over my body. Do you want to know how I got it, Pete? From a very affordable Alpharetta-based prostitute. Maybe we can hold a radiothon or something to cover the costs. 312, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra.
Very affordable.
There's nothing affordable in Alpharetta. I promise you. There's nothing affordable in Alpharetta lately. Thank you, Economics.
Kimmer, man, you are a funny dude, man.
Buddy, who would have thought? Like, we raised money for, Children's Hospital. He wanted us to raise money for scurvy that he got from a prostitute.
He really doesn't care anymore. Like, he's opening up. I mean, this is the most open Kimmer you've ever gotten on radio.
That's
never any other station has he opened up to the people like this.
3 to 6, man. You got to be here by the channel on a regular basis. There you go. There's
my glasses are fogged up. I'm crying.
Lord in heaven. I don't know if we'll survive this one.
Everybody's kind of nervous. I'm getting texts all the time, like holes in my stomach. I mean, they're all worried about me.
I don't think we're going to survive this one because he's going to say the smart one did this.
I don't know what he's talking about. I'm just recording their promos, man.
He's going to say, that smart one, he's going to get a hole in his stomach, too. Multiple holes. You're going to be like a bloody mess. Good Lord. Oh, my Lord. Front Office Los doing magic again with the Kimmer Show. 3 until 6. He will be. And look, I don't know what he'll be talking about, man. Those ladies at Nucky's are probably going to be like, are we sure we want to do this show today?
Don't hug him, though.
That's right. Don't hug him. Goodness, you never know what'll happen.
I'm not going up there now with his birthday gift.
That's right.
I tried to get him an old lady belly dancer. I asked on Twitter yesterday.
She's got those little things that she wears on her fingers. What are those called? The
little tambourine
castanet
finger.
things?
Yeah, castanets.
Is that what they're called? Yeah. Oh my! This is out of hand. That's what it is. But I love every second.
I can't wait till those play all day today.
That's right. Yes, I hope those will play all day today.
I'll give you the cart numbers.
There you go.
You guys make that happen.
When we come back, Alejandro Mayorkas sells you and me out around the world. Next on the Morning Extra, Friday edition on Extra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Donald Trump's Truth Social went public, trading on NASDAQ, and Donald Trump owns about 78 million shares of Truth Social, which means he just made about $1 billion.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Starting a business is a roll of the dice. I know, what is it, like restaurants? If you open a restaurant, they don't last but about 5 years on average. So you're putting yourself out there to say that I can beat the average. I can beat what everybody else has done. I believe in myself more than I believe in anybody else's ability. So I'm going to take it upon myself. And that's what built America. That's what built America, small businesses. It's still the backbone of the United States. No compromise on their mission at First Liberty Building and Loan, FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com. They honor God in everything they do, not just a phrase, not just something they say. It's the foundation of what they do every day. Service, they measure their success by the service that they provide to others. And once you're a client of First Liberty Building and Loan, their success is making sure that you succeed in your vision, your risk. The risk that you took to start the small business. They're committed to developing lifelong relationships based on loyalty, integrity, and trust. When you trust them with your vision, they do everything they can to help you make it a reality and be there as you grow. And the legacy, their goal is to build legacy that lasts 100 years or more. And that's for their own business, First Liberty GA. First Liberty Building and Loan, FirstLibertyGA.com. And they want you to have that same success. That's who you're working with when you work with Brant Frost, the Frost family down at First Liberty Building and Loan in Noonan. Though they're based here in Georgia, they work across the United States of America. They can loan from $250,000 to endless millions. Whatever you're looking for, it takes about 10 minutes to see if you're a good fit for them, they're a good fit for you. And all you have to do to find out is go to FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com for First Liberty Building and Loan.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Xtra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit Truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Hey sandwich lovers, today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent. All offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people. And know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Flounder, I need you to tickle me. Either you or Pete, one of you bastards has to give me a good quality tickle. Don't take that in a sexual way. I'm just looking to see which one of you two is going to land the inheritance. Who is truly the best at tickling the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Tuck Rhino with Lois on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Look, it's just they need to be aired. That people need to hear what's happening. So throughout the rest of the day, we're airing these Kimmer promos that Lois has unearthed, and just know when you hear them, this is things that are happening in the afternoon. If you feel uneasy, we understand. We do too. Okay, so I'll throw that out there.
You got to put a hole in Rhino, man. That's
Which
weird.
is fearful. I'm fearful of. I'll be honest. There's not many things that shake me to my core. That does.
It's weird because, usually a threat from like an elderly gentleman like that, you just go, he's just a crazy old guy.
Yes.
But not Kimmer.
No, he's next level. He's different.
He's
different.
dangerous.
He is dangerous. Absolutely right.
Well, I'm glad we found all that.
Me too, because it's better to know.
Yeah.
That way you're prepared.
I'm ready.
It's like knowing is half the battle.
Right. It's like
G.I. Joe moments.
I'm in this swivel chair and just keeping my eye out for all us now.
We need to do a daily G.I. Joe moment of the day. Y'all used to do, what was
knowing is half the battle.
Y'all used to do one shining moment or what was the
one shining moment whenever Buck would give us something that we needed to know about in the world.
That's right, and we need to do that with like the G.I. Joe moment. The more you know, knowing is half the battle. I think that's what we should do. And you should know about Alejandro Mayorkas, because there's something he's doing that should make you really, really uneasy, because he was talking not in the United States of America, but about the United States of America. And the things that he said were uneasy to me. It made me almost as uncomfortable as Kimmer stabbing Rhino. And he was in Guatemala telling them that SB4, that'll be overturned. The border's still wide open.
As a matter of law, that SB4, which is a law proposed by the state of Texas, it is our strongly held view that law is unconstitutional.
Why would he do that in Guatemala? I don't understand it. I mean, I completely understand it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're trying to convince the American people that you're not trying to completely upend this country, why would you do it there? Why would you go to Guatemala and say something like that?
Well, because you want to say, hey, just so you know, no matter what Texas says, go there, run across the border. We're going to go ahead and protect you. It's going to get overturned. Don't worry. They're not actually going to arrest you or shoot you or whatever rumors you're going to hear. That's what they're saying. And you know what? I mean, this is going to be something that probably does get overturned, because the federal government is going to say, we're doing what we can. You can't tell us we're not doing our job, and you just can't take this in your hands.
How shady the man goes, basically halfway around the world to do exactly what they're trying to act like they're not trying to do.
That's right. Yes, that's right. Exactly.
Hey, the border's not open. We're taking care of it. You go around the world and you're like, hey, none of these things are being enforced.
Yeah, nothing. And it's funny when you Google SB4 Texas law. That's all I did. SB4 Texas law. If you Google that, it comes up very negatively. Surprise, I know. Similar to Abbott's previous anti-immigration actions, SB4 pushes enforcement bounds to the extreme. That's what you have him across the world, like Los is pointing out, saying that we want you to flood over the borders. We want you to be here. We want you to break our sovereignty. And then you go to Google, which is in cahoots with the federal government and the Biden administration, and they put something as simple as a question about SB4, Texas law, and it gives you a negative result. So what is happening? That people talk about fascism. That's exactly what fascism is. That's a perfect demonstration of it.
Well, you're ripping up the Constitution at this point. You're saying, hey, not only are we not going to protect the borders of the sovereignty of this country, we're not going to allow you to protect your borders of your state, because that's the reality of it, is that Texas is right there. That's their border. So why don't they? And I'll be interested to see how the attorneys and Ken Paxton takes the next step in this, because I think that's very important. But, Carlos, you can tell everybody, who are the only people who voted against securing the border so far, whether it be federally or at any state level?
Democrats.
That's it.
You sound like you sound like Neil Bohr. You sound like Talkmaster.
They make it a point to. This is part of the end game. And as much as we want to say, well, look at there's a little part of the legislation they didn't agree with. Well, it was only this part. No, those are actually being used as excuses to point out the fact that they love that we're giving up our sovereignty and flooding this to ensure their power going forward.
PrismReports.org is the website. Texas disputed immigration law SB4 could set a dangerous precedent. Enforcing your law could set a dangerous precedent. And we wonder why people are misled so much in the country. Man, the Biden administration wants to talk about disinformation, misinformation. That's what this is. You have Alejandro Mayorkas telling people we're not going to enforce our law. We want you to break it. And then they are in cahoots with, or it certainly appears that way to me, with Google to make sure that anybody that looks up anything, and Google's the most widely used of search engines, that they will present it that way to reinforce what Alejandro Mayorkas has said. It's unreal, man. It is unbelievable that our federal government has literally turned on us. It's what it feels like with the Biden administration. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los. We'll do a Neil Borsch report and a Fox News update, and then more of the Morning Extra when we come back. We're on the air until 10, by the way. A snapshot of the 2024 race for president. Yesterday, one candidate went to a funeral, and the other raised about $25 million for himself. I'll let you guess who did what. But if you can't, we'll tell you next on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, the folks at NBC have decided it was such a horrible mistake to hire Ronna McDaniel, former Republican National Committee chairman, to be a contributor on their networks. How dare NBC hire somebody who says the 2020 election was stolen? Chuck Todd, Nika Brzezinski, Joe Scarborough, Rachel Maddow, all outraged. So here I'm going to do a little what about. What about Al Sharpton? We first heard of Al Sharpton in the Tawana Brawley case. Tawana Brawley, a young black woman in New York, was in trouble with her family, had been gone for a while without explanation, so Tawana Brawley decided she would blame 6 white people for kidnapping her and raping her. Enter Al Sharpton, backing up Tawana Brawley 100%. It was later determined that Tawana Brawley lied about everything. Never an apology from Al Sharpton. Then there's Freddie's Fashion Mart in New York. Probably haven't heard of that one either, have you? Freddie's Fashion Mart was owned by a Jew. The property was owned by a black church. The black church asked the Jewish Freddie's Fashion Mart to evict a subtenant, the Record Shack, owned by a black person. The store was in Harlem, and here come the protesters, and then here comes Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton, at one of the protests, says, "We will not stand by and allow them to move this brother so that some white interloper can expand his business." Then a black man who was at the rally enters Freddie's Fashion Mart with a gun and some flammable liquid. He tells all of the black customers to leave. He set the place on fire, shot 2 police officers as they approached, and 4 customers trying to escape. Al Sharpton. Joe and Nika and Chuck Todd, Joe Scarborough, they don't have a problem with NBC hiring Al Sharpton. At least he didn't say the 2020 election was stolen. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of the Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Pack
Pack your bags and join the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets football team in Dublin, Ireland as Toe meets leather to kick off the 2024 football season in Dublin. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic will feature your Yellow Jackets versus the Florida State Seminoles in a special Week 0 matchup on August 24th, 2024. Don't miss this unique opportunity to visit one of the world's most popular travel destinations while cheering on the Jackets on a global stage. For travel packages, tickets, and more information, go to gt2ireland.com. Sting 'em.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
And I try. Okay, now here, let me ask you a question. Maybe our YouTube maniacs can get in on this if they have anybody in the area. Should I bring my junk to give away? I got coloring. I got like 100 coloring book pages.
Oh, that junk.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
It's been 1 year since Russia jailed an American journalist as an accused spy. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and Evan Gershkovich remains behind bars 23 hours a day.
He's managing the best way he can in a tiny space.
His mother, Ella. President Biden just put out a statement. Journalism is not a crime. Gershkovich is illegally detained, and he will continue working every day to secure his release.
On March 28th, 2023, Gershkovich published an article titled Russia's Economy is Starting to Come Undone. The next day, he was detained on espionage charges. Since then, his pre-trial detention has been extended several times. Just this week, a Russian court ordered him to stay in prison for another 3 months.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. There will be a memorial march today for murdered New York City police officer Jonathan Diller.
They're devastated. They've got a tough road. It's going to be a very tough road.
Former President Trump attended the wake, then told Fox's Brian Kilmeade.
It's happening more and more, and it's really a lack of respect for law and order, and we have to have law and order back in our country, and we're going to.
Diller was shot and killed Monday at a traffic stop. The accused gunman has been charged with murder. President Biden was also in New York, and so were ex-presidents Clinton and Obama, helping raise a record $26 million for the Biden campaign at Radio City Music Hall, while outside hundreds of protesters gathered, angry over the president's support of Israel in the war in Gaza, calling it genocide.
There are also 4 separate interruptions during this event, and it represents a real ongoing problem for the Democratic Party. They have allegedly been trying to vet attendees to prevent outbursts at Biden events, but they couldn't do it for this big, one-of-a-kind event.
Fox's Peter Doocy at the White House. Israel apparently went on the attack in Syria, which claims airstrikes killed 42 people in the city of Aleppo. A British-based human rights group reports Israel targeted Hezbollah missile storage. That terror group has been attacking Israel from Lebanon. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The morning Rhino in the mornings keeps telling everyone that I'm not going to make Christmas. He keeps saying that Kimmer won't make Christmas and that he's betting on it. He's betting real money on it. But the joke is on him, Flounder. I took a bet out that he's going to get stabbed in the stomach by a jealous ex-lover. Do you hear me, Pete? Rhino is the one that's going to have a hole in him by Christmas. It's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Good morning, y'all. Wow. I took a dark turn this morning that I didn't expect. I didn't see coming out of the Kimmer.
I didn't say I was going to smother him with a pillow if it didn't come true. He just flat out.
And it was a joke. That's the other thing.
Man, Kimmer.
So what?
God, I got to give him more hugs.
Yeah, or I don't think think I'd stay away from it.
Yeah, probably. Good idea.
Happy birthday, Kimmer.
Yes, happy birthday. We really like you.
Happy birthday.
We think you're the best. We think you're the most handsome. We think you're the smartest. We think you have the fastest car, the most guns.
Most well-armed.
Yeah, most well-armed.
I'll give you that.
We only have
looking.
positive thoughts about you daily. So just keep that in mind when you think of the Morning Extra. That's all we want you to think of. Just that.
I'm not like wishing him. Like I'm just playing the odds here.
Well, we need to
this
explain.
is a gambling thing.
We need to explain what that is. So Rhino, jokingly, I would like to point out, said, I'm running this life pool. Deadpool, that's it. I called it a life pool, but Deadpool is what I meant. The Deadpool that Kimmer wouldn't make it until Christmas, and it was a gag. It was a joke. Because
nobody that's like the timeline, isn't it? You have to make it like you only know it's good if you make it past Christmas. Like, a lot of people.
It was a joke,
right?
And it's not real.
No,
so that's why Kimmer being so upset about it.
Well, so far as you know, Tug.
Yeah.
Wait, well, look,
Rhino's looking to collect.
Okay, well, I don't know about that. And Kimmer, I know nothing about this. I know nothing about this. If you want to stab someone, don't stab me.
I did my research. I think his contract ends, I don't know, on December 24th. So I'm just going, Mr. Dickey seems to know a lot. You know how those like odd makers do it. I was just going with the odds.
Yes, that's completely.
Actually, I don't know if that's true. Kimmer says like he gets a new contract every day he gets in here.
Well, and he kind of does, and I see what he's saying. He's thankful. He's thankful for every day.
I feel like we do that too, don't we?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, for sure. But I just do believe that a lot of times people are grateful, and there's so many people in this world that are just not grateful, and so I understand where he's coming from. Don't stab me.
Tug makes the plea. Don't stab me. Like Rhino, fine, get him.
Seriously, I didn't say nothing. Rhino's in the Deadpool. I am not.
Yeah,
I know nothing of it.
Not a thing.
And I thought it was a joke.
I can just see Tug putting his hands up. It was Rhino.
It pushes me in front of him.
I remember how I told you my wife and son are loyal to a fault.
Yeah,
I am not.
No. Oh God!
You very much are like Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber. Okay, kill him.
That's right.
So in the scenario of camping, and there's always a scenario: a bear comes out, you and the wife, you push her, and you run.
That's right.
What is it? I don't have to.
Not
be
that
fast.
you want
to be faster than you.
That's exactly right. Just be faster.
It's not that you want to. That's just your natural reaction, right?
It's very protect my life. Yes.
If you had a moment to think about it, of course you'd grab Laura and run.
Yes,
but in the moment, it's push her, go,
fight or flight.
Yeah, of course.
You just fly.
Got it.
You just go.
You know what? Aaron's stronger than I am. So guess who's taking that bear out too?
Well,
it ain't gonna be me. I'm gonna be like, baby.
Girlfriend Aaron is going to be because a bear. Anybody's running from a bear.
Yeah,
anybody's running from a bear. Anybody with good sense go run from the bear. So she just got to outrun you, and I bet she can.
Oh, no doubt. She went on a 22-mile bike ride yesterday afternoon. I'm like, what are you doing? I was sleeping.
I don't want to drive. I don't want to drive 22 miles, much less pedal a bicycle 22 miles. Good.
Yeah, it sounds like a lot.
I had to give out.
And the funny part is, who was missing from this bike ride because she's part of. I don't know anything about how these biking groups work, but apparently they're a bike gang. She's in Bruce Hagen's bike gang.
Bruce actually brought that up.
Yeah.
Bruce brought it up because
he didn't show up yesterday, by the way, for the ride.
Well, but look, maybe he's a lawyer, man. He's busy. He's got things going on. That dude's just trying cases. He's doing good work. So, on behalf of his clients, and we love Bruce Hagen.
I just picture him like Superman. He's wearing like tight bike pants underneath his, suit. And then, a call comes out like, hey, the group is going out for a ride. And
he's like,
he rips it off. And there he is in his like little leprechaun green outfit, jumping on the bike, going.
Or he can't. When he can't, he doesn't rip it off. He's like, boys and girls, I'm sorry. I've got to protect.
Yeah.
An American here.
I'm just going to tell you, because you're being very flippant about what Bruce Hagen is capable of and how he dresses and such. I'm just saying that when you end up, Rhino, with a workplace injury with a hole in your stomach, you're going to need Bruce Hagen.
Oh, yeah.
That's the truth.
No, listen.
Bruce will make you whole again.
Yes. True story. He'll be my first call. Whole. There's no doubt about it.
He's going to make you whole.
Yeah. So how does that work? You got a hole in my stomach.
I have a hole in my stomach. Can you make me whole?
Yeah.
Again. man.
The Old Blind Dog Cycling Club, apparently, is the name of them.
Did they end up at the Old Blind Dog pub? Is that where they end up?
That's where they start and end.
In Krabappel?
Yes.
Oh, how about that?
They ride through Milton, 22 miles through Milton area, and they come back to the bar.
It's beautiful over there.
Instead of eating pasta, their carb of choice is obviously beers.
Now, look, a lot of people say they work out to be able to eat and drink the way they want to. You know what I mean?
12-ounce girls for me, too.
That's exactly right. Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Tug, Rhino, and Listten till 10. I'll let you figure out. I'll let you connect the dots on what happened yesterday. One president went up and was a guest on behalf of the NYPD Sergeants Benevolent Association and was there for the funeral of Jonathan Diller, a New York police officer. The other three presidents, one current, the other two that had been president before, they did a $25 million star-studded fundraiser in New York. Now, if you were to guess who went where, I'll open the floor, 404-741-1230. But if you don't want to wait, Los, Rhino, do y'all want to take a stab at it?
Which one is respected by law enforcement?
Yeah.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah.
I got it. Trump.
I kind of feel like this is the easiest Final Jeopardy question ever.
Exactly right. We'll take presidents of the 20th century, or whatever.
Yeah,
this
is something that, we talk about moments that you have that either make or break a campaign. This could be a moment for Joe Biden and really Obama, because I think that's the guy, the puppet master that a lot of people see, especially with him coming down. Right. Hello, guys. Look at me. I'm going to come down behind Joe Biden off of Air Force One. I'm going to make sure everybody sees me. But them being on stage, coming up through the floor, and then the contrast picture of a somber Donald Trump with an umbrella and all of NYPD officers standing behind him at attention. And just what another different opportunity. This was something, and I'm glad that, the SBA president, Vincent Valalong, I believe his name is, he sent a letter to all the union members saying, I don't want elected officials to attend P.O. Diller's funeral and shed a few crocodile tears and prominently seat themselves for a good opportunity. And he's talking about the defund the police ones. And he's talking about President Biden. And he said the sad reality is we don't want them there. The attack on police is enough. And they're the reason that our police officers are getting attacked every day.
It feels like a weird, and I hate to build it into something bigger, but Rhino's onto it, and it really is what it is. Because if you have a $25 million fundraiser, that's going to take a while to get organized and to get three presidents in one building and to have the safety measures and everything else. And to think that you had Officer Diller gunned down and it just times out perfectly where you have a choice. You can be at this or you can be at that. And it's a perfect dichotomy of the difference in these two presidents, where one is beloved by regular people and one is at $25 million dinners doing the political thing.
You ever heard of a God wink?
Yep.
That's what it feels like.
Yes. I mean, you can't miss it. You can't miss it. It's unreal to think that Democrats are the ones that say they're for the little guy. They say they're for everyday Americans, and yet the people they hang out with would tell you different, and the actions that they take would tell you very different.
Yeah, I think it's the photo op now is completely different because there is an opportunity for at least the president of the United States to step away. Now, the truth of the matter is he didn't have a choice. He could have been there during the day. They didn't want him there. That's and exactly I think that speaks a lot louder.
That's louder, yeah.
But think about Stacey Abrams. Think about what her last real comment was that probably cost her the election and cost her a lot more votes, and that was racist police officers. And as soon as all the sheriffs got up and said, we will never endorse a woman like that, and the backlash from her saying that, these guys pull people over for driving while black, that shot her campaign and got rid of her forever. This could be the moment that you look and say, yeah, we're tired of the defund the police Democrats, and Joe Biden, you're the figurehead for this.
When Democrats are told, stay away, You would think that would cause some sort of chill down their spine, make the hair on the back of their neck stand up. I would think for like moderate Democrats, and maybe even Democrats that are lean a little conservative, the ones that used to see their party as the party of the people, which that's changed. I mean, it changed 20, 30 years ago. People are just now coming to the realization. Sometimes it takes a long time. I would think that being told you are not welcome to mourn the life of this officer with us today, you're not welcome, would send chills down their spine. You know what it didn't do? Send chills down their spine, at least from the top of the Democrat Party. Maybe those moderates, those that maybe even lean a little conservative. They're Democrats, but they lean a little conservative. Those people probably took notice. But the elites, because that's what the Democrat Party is, the party of the elites, the party of the rich, the party of the wealthy, the party of the crony capitalism, the corporatism. They didn't bat an eye. They probably didn't even notice that they weren't invited to the wake, to the funeral of one of New York's finest, one of New York's bravest officers. They didn't even bat an eye. It never even hit their radar screen. They had to be told afterwards, Los, that they weren't invited because they don't care. That never even occurred to them.
We will never be able to fully understand this until we can get inside the brain of the core Democrat voter and who that person is. And this is how they get elected. White woman anxiety for cats. Okay? It sounds really simplistic, but you can go and look at all of what has gone on with recent polling and recent elections. And if you eliminate that voting group, the Democrats don't ever win anything. Yeah. So when you see who are they talking to and what are their actions, does it appeal to that person? And unfortunately, because of the whole, BLM movement and defunding the police, that woman is unscathed by the police saying, "Hey, don't come here. We don't want you here." She doesn't care one bit. She's concerned about other things. That's the core of who gets these people elected today in America.
And that's the big thing. And, that's one of the other things that, the police chief, or I'm sorry, not the chief, the union lead for the police continued to saying basically that they have no respect whatsoever for the police, number one. Number two, he said they are blinded by their own hatred and twisted ideology despite the way they feel. Their leadership council has failed city residents, workers, and they are responsible for this, including the prosecutors, who this is utter destruction of a civilized society in New York. And that's the truth out there. And I think voters there see it. And I think that's why a lot of people like AOC should be in trouble. But these people have called for defunding the police, especially Jumaane Williams in New York.
I want to ask you, Los, what you think about this, because you bring up something really, really smart, as you normally do. But I'd never really thought about it in this way until you brought up the suburban white ladies that vote liberal Democrat. They read People magazine. They're infatuated by the royal family. They like the Real Housewives of whatever city that they're in. They like that. They're drawn to that celebrity, right? And so with the Democrat Party becoming the party of the elite, the party of the celebrity, it almost makes a natural connection for them. And I've never thought about it until you brought that up.
That's what matters. Why do you think you have people, and as much as we try not to say her name, but why do you think they're pushing so hard for, give me Taylor Swift, give me whoever will say, hey, I back Joe Biden? This is the world these people have built for themselves. It's not a world where we see illegal immigrants committing crimes. It's not a world where we see police officers being shot in the streets. It's not a world where we're dealing with a lot of things outside of inflation, some of the stuff that they go, oh, wow, what's happening to my pocketbook? These people deal with a world of make-a-believe.
Yeah.
And that's what they're comfortable in. They make their own world.
Yeah, but even in last night, while the three presidents are on stage, who jumps on stage? Lizzo.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Because that's the community that they're trying to go after to say it is okay. That no matter what, we're going to tell you gas went down. 317 last week. Today, it's back up to 334 this morning when I filled
But here's
up.
Lizzo.
Yeah,
But
right.
here's Lizzo.
But look,
and the economy's great. Bidenomics. Oh, wait, we're not supposed to say that anymore.
But look how many eyes that gets. And that'll be in People magazine. That'll be in those places that those liberal suburban women, they frequent. It'll all be right there for them, and they'll be infatuated with it again. It doesn't change. The battle plan seems really, really clear when we talk about it. Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3, 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier expert, 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com. When we come back, we'll knock out the headlines. And Joe Biden's biggest accomplishment summed up in just one word. Next on the Morning Xtra. Make sure you listen to the Glenn Beck program leading into Easter weekend. He's got some great guests. And if you listened yesterday, they talked about the Shroud of Turin and so much. Glenn Beck is a master at this because he's a very faithful man. When he comes on at 10, he's got Greg Kolk, and they'll be talking about the Stand to Reason. He's the founder and president of it. They'll be talking about the importance of forgiveness. And this is something we all could use, whether you're faithful or not, the importance of forgiveness. Then they've got Rick Burgess. He's the co-host of the Rick and Bubba Show. Sin matters to God. That's another topic. And then the final hour, the man from Liberty University's philosophy professor, Gary Habermas is his name. Why Jesus' resurrection is so important. That's the Glenn Beck program today, leading into Easter weekend, something you cannot miss. I ain't going to miss it. Listen to it on the Extra 106.3 app. That is the best place and the most convenient way to listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I've written a poem. May I share it with you guys? I'm a little shy about this one. It's called Elevator Girl. Dear Elevator Girl, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. I just wanted to let you know that your beauty is only surpassed by Pete's ability to take it away from you. Tread carefully around him. The end. Hey, Flounder, take a look at this big knife.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
What are your plans for your business this year? Hey, it's Tug. Do you want to expand and grow? Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you got a new person to deal with? You have to start all over again? You don't have that with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they want to know you. Unlike big banks, they want to partner with you. The Frost family knows the patterns. They know the ebbs and flows. They know business. Get to know them at firstlibertyga.com. Building a building, buying a franchise, expanding. Reach out to them. Spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. You do that at firstlibertyga.com. And by the way, if you're a young banker and want to work with a team that is faith-friendly and has a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to them today. First Liberty Building and Loan. firstlibertyga.com. That's firstlibertyga.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Hey there, it's Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like JRM Management.
Thanks, Tara. I'm Missy Miller, event coordinator at JRM Management. We are your event specialist. We're excited to see you at the Georgia Food and Wine Festival, March 21st through the 24th. We'll have food, beverages, cooking demos, live music, shopping, and more. Or maybe you're looking for an event where you can bring the entire family. Join us at the Marietta Community Egg Hunt Friday, March 29th, and the Northeast Cobb Community Egg Drop Saturday, March 30th. There will be multiple egg hunts by age and lots of kid-friendly activities. Also, look out for the Kennesaw Big Shanty Festival, the Smyrna Spring Donquil Festival, and of course, the North Georgia State Fair. There's always something fun happening in our community, and we want you to know about it. That's why we love our partnership with Our Town Monthly.
You are so right, Missy. If JRM is there, the fun follows. Friends, check out all the exciting community events hosted by JRM Management. And remember, Our Town is your town at Our Town Monthly.
Fox on Tech. What would social media be without politics?
Feels like most of what's on some of your feeds is nothing but politics, whether it's people arguing or candidates blasting your feed with ads. Meta, the Mark Zuckerberg company, has been saying they'd rather not boost the visibility of politicized postings in their apps, but now they've gone a step further in adding an opt-out setting on both Instagram and Threads that aims to limit recommended political content. You can find the setting control under Content Preferences. Meta says it will not block you from seeing content from or interacting with political accounts you follow, as that would be your choice. In the past, Meta's Facebook has been littered with political ads from bad actors conducting influence campaigns to the point it prompted congressional investigations. They once got fined $25 million for not disclosing who ran the political ads. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Coffee, keys, and extra 106.3. That's how I get to work and home.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. On Extra 106.3, we're on the air until 10. Best candy for Easter. Easily the peanut butter cup. It's always the peanut butter cup. There's nothing better than the peanut butter cup.
True story.
I can't think of anything else. And look, those Easter pastel M&Ms, I'm in for that. There's nothing wrong with that. But nothing trumps the old peanut butter egg. I'll take that. Cadbury Minis are good. The only thing that's gross is those, what are those, I don't know what you call it. Like, it's like the Easter version of candy corn. You know what I mean? Have you seen those? Those are so gross.
All candy corn.
Yeah, candy corn's just...
I love candy corn. But
yeah, you're
Easter
one of the
version?
I do too.
I don't know.
Well, it's the same thing. It's
Is
just,
it?
It's just,
then I'd probably love
yeah,
those.
it's not
I've
changed.
never had those.
Yeah.
I love jelly beans around this time.
See, I'm not a... I've
Big
never
jelly
liked,
bean dude.
Yeah?
Yeah.
My wife
Except
and
for the
son
black
love them.
ones because they're the licorice-y.
Okay. Well, can we take this a step further then? This is not where I intended to go with this, but do y'all like Jägermeister?
I don't anymore.
No, not anymore.
Yeah, there was a time. There was a time.
I'm still in that time.
That's right. Joe is living his best life.
Yes, sir.
But that's what.
The statute of limitations are gone on this. The last time I had Jägermeister, I threw up in the Omni, the CNN hotel there, with the glass elevator, and CNN used to have the the little set down below.
Yeah.
I was going up that glass elevator, and the glass just turned black.
Ooh.
Yeah, I drank way too much of that.
I was told long time ago.
Never again.
When I was in the Navy, they're like, you know why they put the cross? Because if you look at the Jägermeister bottle, it's the big buck, and it's got the little cross right there on his chest.
Sure is.
I think that's where it is. A friend of mine told me one time, he's like, the reason they put that there is that if you drink the entire bottle, you'll meet Jesus. Hard to argue.
I did drink the entire bottle. I didn't. I came as close as I could.
Yeah, I was just saying, you evacuated a bunch of it
Thank
to
goodness. Yes.
prevent it from killing you.
You will
heading that way.
meet Jesus.
I said that's the reason they put it on there. I thought it was the funniest thing I've
I
ever
don't
heard.
think he's wrong.
Nor do I. That's the reason they put it on the Jägermeister bottle. I still, every once in a while, somebody be like, hey, you want this? And I'm like, yeah.
What about Fireball? Did y'all grow out of that too?
I never liked it.
I still got that
like
screwball in the freezer.
Yeah, I like
But
it
it's
cold.
not- yeah, it's a dessert thing at this point.
Yeah, I don't
Same
like
thing
cinnamon.
with Jaeger. Oh, you don't?
I don't like cinnamon,
Oh, well,
so
that makes
that's the reason I
sense.
don't like it.
Yeah, you're a weirdo.
Yeah.
He's older, I know.
Yeah, the Jägermeister, when they used to do it on the glass block, or the ice block, and it came down the ice block.
Yeah.
Man, that's the way to go.
Dude, it's funny you bring that up, and this is complete. Again, in another direction, we're a little squirrely this morning, but there was a group of people that were tailgating at a Kenny Chesney concert over at Ameris Bank Amphitheater in Alpharetta, and they had this huge when Chesney fans tailgate, they get after it. I mean, it's like the Jimmy Buffett people, right? I mean, they just get after it before the concert. They had this big ice sculpture of the Kenny Chesney tour logo. So the entire tour logo was put into this ice sculpture, and I bet it was, 3 foot by 2 foot. I mean, it was huge, and it had exactly what you described, though. The tube running through it. Yeah. They didn't do Jaeger. They did tequila shots.
Oh, okay. That works, too.
And let me tell you, that was a fun concert. Yeah. I had a fun time with those folks. They were really fun.
Now, in all honesty, the last time I did that was at a bar called Mayorkas, and they had really cute girls that wore little skirts, and they stood on top of the ice block, and that's why I spent the $10 shot.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
What short skirts will have you spend money on.
Yeah.
Yeah. No doubt about
Alcohol, short skirts, and my pocket is empty.
That's right. And my belly's full.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm staggering around a little bit.
Yeah.
Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3, 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, 770 Get Heat or centralheat.com.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, March 29th. It's come and gone. The legislative season is over in the state of Georgia. Many bills that affect Georgians went through voting yesterday and will be sent to the governor's desk for signing, most notably the $36 billion budget. Some of the bills that failed to make it across the finish line involve sports betting, the gun safe credit, some election bills, and the controversial mining near the Okefenokee Swamp bill. A Clayton County police officer has been put on administrative leave after they were involved in a shooting on Riverdale Road. According to police, the officers involved were following a man wanted for a sexual assault that happened the night before. The officers approached the man. He pulled out a gun and started to shoot at the officers. One officer returned fire, hitting and killing the man. Police will continue to investigate. And in sports, it's opening day for the Atlanta Braves. The Braves will kick off the 2024 season this afternoon in Philadelphia. Quadzilla Spencer Strider will be on the mound for the Braves. Zach Wheeler will throw out the first pitch at 3:05 this afternoon for the Philadelphia Phillies.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Xtra. 38% of people, according to Fox Business, approve of Joe Biden's handling of his presidential duties. 38%. Like, good Lord, that seems like an awful high number. I would think it would be less. But when they also went through Biden's top accomplishments, 19% said it was the economy and inflation. They thought that was his top accomplishment. 6%, yeah, I know. 6%, his top accomplishment was not being Donald Trump. 6% also thought one of his top accomplishment was the student debt relief, which we know is unconstitutional. That's besides the point. Yeah. This is these people's opinion. We can't prosecute them for their opinion and don't want to. This is something that the left does. 6% says his infrastructure is his top accomplishment as president of the United States. 6%.
See, and I'm surprised because I think that would have been a higher with the inflation. Oh, that's right. They changed the name of it, didn't they?
That's exactly right. That's why. Yeah, probably that's why only 6%. I want to get to the number that was the biggest. 38% of people said Joe Biden's top accomplishment was nothing. Nothing. That's his top accomplishment. Nothing. He's done absolutely nothing. His top accomplishment is nothing.
What was that percentage again?
38% said his top accomplishment is nothing.
If I was a Democrat strategist, I would obviously run on the infrastructure program. Although right now there's a shot of a bridge in a sound that kind of throws away the infrastructure. But then, hey, we're going to spend all your money to rebuild it instead of going after the companies that might be responsible. Then that's that might not work anymore. But I think the infrastructure and climate change. Why are you not running on climate change? That would be your biggest, I think that's the biggest accomplishment is the BS climate change bill, which they did try to name the Inflation Reduction Act.
Well, the fun part is if I tried to run on magic, hey, I'm magic. I can pull rabbits out. You would go, this is kind of faulty.
Yeah.
If we all assume that, yes, like conservationism, something we're into.
Yeah,
Climate change, something that is hocus pocus.
That's
okay?
Right.
Like that's so you can't run on it. You just can't run on hocus pocus. Now, if you start trying to come up, and this is the choice that I think of, and I put this question to you two guys, because he's been such a weak president. He's been somebody that doesn't have the backing in droves of Congress, that he hasn't been able to get major life-altering legislation to occur, yet you now instead have seen what's changed in the judicial system and the levers of government, the use of the FBI against regular people. That has been his biggest influence in my mind. It's not like Obamacare that changed all of our lives for the worst. He hasn't been able to do that. He's been able to use the levers of government to find a different way to affect your life.
And see, that's why I disagree with the 38% and saying nothing is his biggest accomplishment. I understand where their head and their heart is, because he's a complete failure. But I would go back and say that his biggest accomplishment is what he and the Democrats and the leftists and the communists want to do in the United States of America. And it began with what Rhino brought up was the Inflation Reduction Act, quote unquote, the new green energy bill that is going to handcuff and hamstring the United States of America. So I think he's done a whole lot, whether he's doing it or Obama pulling the strings behind the scenes, whomever, this administration, they've done a lot. And that's why I disagree with nothing being his biggest accomplishment.
But his own voters don't know what the end game is or what the accomplishments are. In reality, Barack Obama's probably applauding what he's gotten done because we talk about it all the time. He's advanced that football down. He's created more division in this country. He's created the idea that socialism might be good, communism might be good, and a lot of the youth has jumped on that. You see him every single day switching hats to whatever, whether it's pro-Palestine, whether it's Stop Cop City, whether it's Black Lives Matter. He has energized this youth group full of these crazy ideas. So I guess that is a huge accomplishment. And I think Barack Obama, good job, Joe.
Getting the pat on the back.
I'll give you his biggest accomplishment, and this is going to speak to where we are, and this is highly destructive. So when my liberal neighbor ends up having their kid come down with cancer, I'm like, that is freaking horrible. And what can we do for you? When the cop on the street who votes Democrat gets shot by some, just a horrible person who's out there committing crimes, I'm like, that's awful. How do we help that family? The biggest thing Joe Biden has done, his biggest accomplishment, he's managed to take 50% of the American people and demonize them to the point that the other side doesn't care what happens to them.
Yeah.
Inhuman.
That's what he's done. His biggest accomplishment is taking his opponents and have the other side not care about what happens to them no matter what, whether it be the law, whether it be illness, whether it be whatever. Remember, this all started with the vaccinated versus the unvaccinated, and it just kept going to where he sat in front of everybody in Philadelphia and told you, these are not Americans. Okay? That's basically
These
what
are
he's
enemies
done.
of the state.
That is what he's done.
Yeah, he's absolutely done that. And that's brilliant. Yeah, 100%. He has separated us and divided us in half in an easy way. And there is not one good person on the other side to the left. Not one of us is a good person. Not one of us is worthy of listening to because we're all extremists. He has created such a great division. I don't think he's done that on purpose. Obviously, I think Barack Obama and them have done that. But yeah, that probably is his major accomplishment, is creating these scenarios where people feel, even though they're individual, that they've got a group and they should get rid of the other side.
I mean, this reminds you of, and this is going to sound extreme, and I'm not trying to compare the two necessarily as far as events go, but when you think about what happened in Germany and how they demonized one group of people, right? And they said these people aren't worth living. They don't deserve to live. They're bad. And you see what happened. And I'm not trying to make a comparison of the two. I'm just talking about the rhetoric and the way that Joe Biden goes about saying that conservatives, they want to destroy America. They are threats to democracy. They are not worthy of your attention. They're not worthy of you listening to them. They're not worthy of being in this country. We should get rid of them. They are unhuman. And those sound awful familiar to me. Those sound very similar. And I'm not trying to make it again, I want to be very, very clear. I'm not comparing the two events, because there's nothing other than January 6th and the corruption at the DOJ. So the two events are way, way different. But the way they're spoken about sounds eerily similar.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, if you're going to give him another accomplishment, lost fear of the government. I mean, that's a pretty good accomplishment that this administration has achieved over the past 3 years. That's a really good point. They want you to fear the government, not the other way around, which is the government should be fearing us.
Well, it's authoritarian. And it's been in our face. Again, that video that we alluded to, and you guys want to describe it, there's a woman in Oklahoma. And they've now been able to say, yeah, it really is what happened. 3 FBI agents showed up at her door to talk to her about her Facebook posts.
Mm-hmm.
As if that should happen in the United States of America, as if that's a normal thing to happen, and we know it's not. Your opinion is protected by a God-given law. God gives you the ability to speak and say the things that you want. And it's just written down in the Constitution of the United States of America. And for that to happen, it should unnerve you, because remember, it was just they're going after Trump. They're going after Trump. No big deal. They're just going after Trump. He deserves it. It's never going to happen to you because they have no reason to go after you. And then it does. And it did in Oklahoma. This woman had FBI agents come to her and say, we need to talk to you about your Facebook post. And she was like, hey, who are you? I don't know who you are. They wouldn't show her their credentials, their ID, nothing. And even if they had, it wouldn't have mattered, because they shouldn't be there to begin with.
I'm glad she didn't speak to him. I don't know, and we don't know if these were actually FBI agents or someone impersonating them, but boy, if they did a very good job at doing what you'd think the FBI would do. They didn't show their badges. We didn't see them through there. She says they did, so I'm going to believe for now that this is exactly what they've been doing, because we've heard Kamala Harris, the vice president, call for red flag checks on anyone who says something. We're already at an idea of Minority Report with the Democrats, where they want, if you might be guilty of a crime, not now, in the future, we're going to go ahead and come question you now about it.
Well, the intelligence of that woman, the way she thought about things, she, from all indications, because the recording starts after she basically went and it looked like she retrieved her phone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she made it a point, once they identified themselves, all right, fine, give me a second. She goes, she retrieves, now the recording starts. And from the follow-up, all I've heard was that she contacted the local police that did confirm that the FBI is working in that area to do what they're doing.
Whether it's real or not, because it is, like you said, it certainly appears that way. Some of the things have been verified. Regardless, it's not the first time. And the FBI showed up at plenty of people's houses. The guy that was protesting in front of the Planned Parenthood, they put a red dot on him with a long gun, right in front of his family in Pennsylvania. We know that happened. It was reported widely, even by mainstream media outlets. Not that they are the end-all, be-all by any means, but it was such a big story that it got picked up by everybody. So we know they're doing these things, and it would not surprise if they continue. Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we come back, Joe Rogan, Mr. Joe Rogan. I don't know why I always say his full name. Joe Rogan just asked the same question that front office Los has been asking for 4 years. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Glenn Beck program at 10 till noon. Noon to 3, the biggest show in all of conservative media, the Clay and Buck show, and then the local afternoon show, which is the Kimmer. 3 until 6, he's broadcasting his show at Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell. He'll be there from 3 until 6, the entire show. They've got a extra special BOGO. You buy one sub, you get a second cold sub free while Kimmer is there, and it lasts all day long, too.
Yep. So 3 to 6. Yeah. 3 to 6, you can get the BOGO deal.
There you go. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Glad you said that, because I read that completely.
Yeah, well, Mike just sent, hey,
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
311, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. I need you in the audience to hold a good thought for Kimmer. You see, the test came back, and it turns out I'm positive. Positive for scurvy. I got it, Flounder. It's now confirmed. It's full-blown all over my body. Do you want to know how I got it, Pete? From a very affordable Alpharetta-based prostitute. Maybe we can hold a radiothon of something to cover the costs. 312, it's only me, it's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
Hey, it's Tug. If you want your home to be your castle and to look the way you want it to look, are there changes you'd like to make to the outside of your home? I know there is at my house. Painting. We'd already done new windows, but Southern Exterior could do new windows. And let me tell you, I wish I'd have waited and gotten them done with Southern Exteriors. We got new gutters about 5 years ago. Man, I wish I'd have waited because they gave me so many tips. They're like, here's the reason you don't do it like that. And let me tell you, they're exactly right. Everything that they told me and showed me is exactly right. You're in luck if you've not done that yet. They got you covered from A to Z. When it comes to painting your home, when it comes to the siding, the windows, the gutters, they can transform your home and they'll do it fast with quality that lasts. They will not make you wait. That's the great thing about Southern Exteriors. They're based down in Jackson, Georgia, but they've covered Atlanta and the entire Southeast for over 20 years. They are the best at exterior home work, and they have an in-house warranty division. It is so simple to call them at 877-9-SOUTHERN or southernexteriors.co. It's so simple to call them, reach out to them, and get them out to your house on your schedule. They will not make you wait, and they won't run off like these contractors, the fly-by-night contractors that people have run into. Man, I've run into them too. So reach out to them today. Make your house your castle with Southern Exteriors, 877-9-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
What is spacious? Has a versatile cabin, offers an intuitive voice assistant, and luxurious accommodations for up to 7? Meet the 2024 Mercedes-Benz GLE 350 4MATIC SUV. The advanced GLE SUV leaps further ahead with turbo hybrid power, fresh styling, and even more innovative technology. Experience the 2024 GLE 350 4MATIC SUV and lease one today for just $879 per month for 36 months with $63.93 due at signing, exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. Visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through April 1st, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speaker's Lobby. The House Freedom Caucus repeatedly uses its outsized leverage to try to get other House Republicans to accede to their demands. But those rebels were dealt a decisive defeat with no clear strategy to pressure leadership to cave to their demands after the House passed the massive $1.2 trillion spending package. Even a surprise plan from GOP Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene to oust House Speaker Mike Johnson was met with refusal from some of her peers. That indicates there's not much appetite for further chaos from the right flank of the conference. Johnson has been forced to opt for a procedural tactic called suspension of the rules to muscle legislation to the floor with little debate. Any legislation advanced this way requires a 2/3 majority to pass, sidestepping conservatives. Other Republicans say the Freedom Caucus's failures are a product of their own making after shooting down procedural votes. Quote, "It's really hard for me to listen to people that are complaining that the train's not on time when they were the people blowing up the tracks all the way." That according to GOP Montana Representative Ryan Zinke. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Miss any of the show? No sweat. Grab your Extra 106.3 app and listen to show replays whenever you want. Download the Extra app now for Apple and Android by searching for XTRA 106.3.
Download the app so you can do that. Listen live and on demand to great conservative thought, ideas, and discussion here on Extra 106.3 throughout the day. So many great shows, and it's so easy and convenient to listen to. When you have the app, you can listen on your schedule, whenever you want to listen. Which, as I said earlier, that's all we ever want. That's what everybody wants. Everybody wants flexibility. They want to do things when they want to do it. And it's so convenient to do that with the Extra 106.3 app. So wherever you download your apps, you go get it and listen at your convenience. So there has been a question that Front Office Lowe's has been asking for about 4 years now. And Joe Rogan, Mr. Joe Rogan, if you like Chappelle's show, if you have been listening to him lately, Los, he's asking the same question that you've been asking.
I'm so glad you brought this up in this way, because the question has always been, in terms of holding people accountable, when do we get our liability back? When it comes to challenging things, whether it's, again, some of it is vaccine-oriented, but when do we get the opportunity to say, when do I get my payback for when you're wrong? Take a listen to Joe Rogan as he explains this entire deal of what's gone on in the last 4 years.
They released the bivalent ones where they didn't have any human testing.
Well, I guess they actually didn't they? In the law.
Turns out it doesn't work at all. Not only does it not work at all, it actually works worse.
Well, good thing you can't sue.
Yeah.
Hey, good thing you can't sue. The one drug, they're probably more honest because you can't sue.
Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird that you can just lie to people and you could force people to take things and then you could hide the side effects and you can't sue them? That seems... I don't want to say it seems corrupt because that seems like
that would be wrong.
Out of line.
That's like saying somebody asked for a litter box at their kid's school.
Yeah, that's out of line.
Shut up.
It's out of line. It's out of line. It's out of line. There's no way they would do that to you over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and you keep falling for it like Charlie Brown going for that football with Lucy.
I'm not smart. I'm that Charlie Brown stupid. Yeah. How do you still take the kick now at this point?
Tackle Lucy.
Like, I don't...
Take her out.
See, but that's the thing. That's so true. And you've asked for your pound of flesh, and we're never going to get it.
I ask, we even started the week, guys. I can't even be told by my government that a shipping container, giant barge runs into a bridge and just say, well, that was an accident. I'm sorry, I can't buy into any of it because just as Joe Rogan told you, they've done this to you over and over and over and over, and you're just told, shut up, take the narrative, go sit down.
There's too many things now that I don't believe. We go back to the video of FBI agents. Yeah, I believe they're agents. Yeah, I believe they came to tell her something that, to take down from Facebook. Yeah, I believe the government's weaponized. I also believe that if you wear a red hat into a courtroom, you are going to get a different trial than someone else is going to get. And I'll tell you right now, any kind of emergency, whether it's a balloon, no, don't worry about it, it's just a balloon. No, it's a Chinese spy balloon. No, it's not, it's fine. Yes, it is. I am going to believe this ship turned 45 degrees, went right at it because something else went on. That's what I'm going to believe until somebody proves me differently.
It's understandable.
If you can be lied to on something so fundamental, and I remember bringing this up 4 years ago, 3 years ago, and just saying, if we're going to have a mature moment here and have a discussion, first we need to agree that you have been experimented on. And that was the single premise that people could not get around their heads. They were like, no, I wasn't. I wasn't experimented on. I was like, yeah, you were. There was a mass experimentation that had happened. They don't know what the results are. They don't know what the immediate side effects are. And so if you can start from the premise of, I was experimented on, I fell for this, and now I'm willing to listen to a whole lot of things going on out there. It's not even conspiracy theory. It's just asking questions about stuff and not buying into narratives. Do not always take in the premise that bad people are trying to give you.
And that's the problem, though, is the intimidation wants to make sure. They want to intimidate you to make sure that you don't do those things. You don't
see it our way,
that's right.
Or else.
That's exactly right. And look, the trauma that some people experienced during COVID, you and I didn't. But some people had this weird trauma that now they're scared to death. I mean, you got, what was the number? 40%, 38% of people still think the pandemic.
41%
yeah, 41.
of Democrats still believe there's an ongoing pandemic.
An ongoing pandemic. That is the way that. But Rhino, you laugh, but that's the way they intimidate. That's the way that they make sure that you never ask a question.
Not only am I never going to ask a question, I feel like I need to sue them because if something does, like disease X comes, I'm not putting on a mask. I'm not doing any of the safety protocols that the CDC said because I don't believe the CDC anymore. I don't believe the FDA. I don't believe any of these because this is what the Democrats have done. And maybe I will go down with disease X because you know what I'm not going to do? I'm definitely not taking shots. I'm definitely not putting on a mask. I'm not going to walk backwards down an aisle. I'm not going to do any of the things that tell me I need to do again because I will never trust them again.
And that's when we talk about the foundational elements of when you have society that no longer believes in the pillars of society. If you're like, should I believe the government? No, I don't. Not at all. Do I believe in law enforcement? I believe there should be. I don't believe there really is. Do I believe in the civil society? Yeah, but I don't think we really have it. We have it in places.
And we're definitely trending away from it.
It's not mainstream any longer. These are the things that start to erode a society.
And will continue to, because there's a bit of me that believes that is the intent, right? If we erode every belief in every system that the United States has, ultimately it collapses. And if you collapse it, then you remake it the way you want it to be versus the way it is.
This isn't your fault, Tug. It's not mine. It's not Rhino's. It might be Joe's. But what it comes down to is you've lied to me so many times in recent years that I would be foolish to do anything other than question you. You've lied in my face. We actually had, on the precipice of an election, we had our government circle the wagons and get 51 intelligence officials to tell us that this laptop was Russian disinformation, even though the FBI had it 2 years prior and knew it was real. Okay? Yeah. Like how much do they have to lie to you to go, man, they're lying all the time to me?
And think about how quick it was before a black man in Philadelphia challenged Anthony Fauci and said, hold on, I don't trust you. And I'll tell you right now, as a Jew, a proud Jew, I don't trust them because of the things I see or the stories I heard from my Holocaust surviving family. Like, I'm not going to put a yellow star on or a mask. I'm not going to do the things that I saw my family go through back then. And I think a lot of the black community saw the same thing in this shot, in the mask and all that. No one trusts you anymore.
You're paying me $10? Yeah, $10. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Give me a donut. but a week ago, just think about a week ago, you had the entire narrative that Donald Trump is broke.
Yeah.
And a week later, he gets like $5 billion richer. And now suddenly he's in the top 100 richest people in the entirety of the world. He could fund his own entire campaign. He could do whatever he wants. But yet they lied to you constantly just a week ago over something that was so ridiculous, and they wanted you to accept that premise. I'm sorry, I don't accept any of their premises any longer ever again.
And the problem is Aunt Peg still believes it.
Yeah.
She still believes it. She still believes everything she was told about the pandemic. She believes all of it.
Well, the good news, Christmas presents are easier. Just send her masks.
That's right.
I'm telling you, one of these days, Aunt Peg is going to have this moment, and she's going to realize, was I really handicapped for this long?
I hope you're right.
Did I really not think about for myself for this long?
Mexico is holding the USA hostage. Next on Extra 106.3, Tug, Rhino, and Listten till 10.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Well, the folks at NBC have decided it was such a horrible mistake to hire Ronna McDaniel, former Republican National Committee chairman, to be a contributor on their networks. How dare NBC hire somebody who says the 2020 election was stolen? Chuck Todd, Nika Brzezinski, Joe Scarborough, Rachel Maddow, all outraged. So here I'm going to do a little what about. What about Al Sharpton? We first heard of Al Sharpton in the Tawana Brawley case. Tawana Brawley, a young black woman in New York, was in trouble with her family, had been gone for a while without explanation, so Tawana Brawley decided she would blame 6 white people for kidnapping her and raping her. Enter Al Sharpton, backing up Tawana Brawley 100%. It was later determined that Tawana Brawley lied about everything. Never an apology from Al Sharpton. Then there's Freddie's Fashion Mart in New York. Probably haven't heard of that one either, have you? Freddie's Fashion Mart was owned by a Jew. The property was owned by a black church. The black church asked the Jewish Freddie's Fashion Mart to evict a subtenant, the Record Shack, owned by a black person. The store was in Harlem, and here come the protesters, and then here comes Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton, at one of the protests, says, "We will not stand by and allow them to move this brother so that some white interloper can expand his business." Then a black man who was at the rally enters Freddy's Fashion Mart with a gun and some flammable liquid. He tells all of the black customers to leave. He set the place on fire, shot 2 police officers as they approached, and 4 customers trying to escape. Al Sharpton, Joe and Nika and Chuck Todd, Joe Scarborough, they don't have a problem with NBC hiring Al Sharpton. At least he didn't say the 2020 election was stolen. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Hey there, it's Janelle King, host of The Janelle King Show, right here on Extra 106.3 FM, where we are unafraid and unapologetic. We explore the topics that matter the most. You can catch us on Saturdays at 4 p.m. and encore episode on Sundays at 9 a.m. And catch up on past episodes by going to the podcast park right here at Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast every single Tuesday. Until then, stay unafraid, stay unapologetic, and never stop seeking the truth.
Look, some choices in life are complicated. Others, thankfully, are much simpler, like choosing Truist One Checking. There are no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and when your life evolves and account balances grow, we'll upgrade your perks automatically. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Truist Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Donald Trump's Truth Social went public, trading on NASDAQ. And Donald Trump owns about 78 million shares of Truth Social, which means he just made about $1 billion.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and...
Journalism is not a crime. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's from President Biden in a statement 1 year to the day after Russia jailed Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich as an accused spy. The president calls him illegally detained, vowing to keep trying to secure his release.
Today, we got to keep the hope alive that he's coming back. We're fully confident that eventually he will come back.
That's Elmore Latour, publisher of the Wall Street Journal, which has a blank space, a big one on the cover today, honoring Evan Gershkovich with the headline, 1 year stolen, his story should be here.
Well, you see a person who is resilient, who is driven, who is keeping his own spirits up, but you also know that when you're there in the glass cage, that smile is most likely not a natural smile.
There's going to be a memorial march today to honor slain New York City police officer Jonathan Diller, killed at a traffic stop Monday by a gunman charged with murder. Former President Trump attended Diller's wake.
Things like this shouldn't take place, and to take place so often, these are just incredible people that are just devastated.
President Biden was also in New York at a record fundraiser with ex-presidents Clinton and Obama, helping the Biden campaign rake in $26 million. We just got an inflation update. A gauge the Federal Reserve closely tracks, showing a slight decrease month over month, but a slight increase in the annual rate. A giant crane has arrived in Baltimore to help clear out the collapsed bridge. A cargo ship hit early Tuesday, killing 6 construction workers. Fox's Griff Jenkins is on a boat nearby.
What they're going to be doing when they start this, they've got to cut these pieces of bridge into sizes that they can lift it out. Then they've got to cut the things underwater, the road and whatnot, to lift that out before they can get the recovery of the bodies in vehicles trapped.
They've only found 2 bodies so far. We just got news that actor Louis Gossett Jr. has died at the age of 87. He was the first black winner of a Best Supporting Actor award for his role in An Officer and a Gentleman. America's listening to Fox News.
Hey guys, Donald Trump Jr. here. Let me ask you this. Does inflation feel worse than what we're being told in the news? That's because the official inflation rate doesn't tell the whole story. Since January 2021, the cost of living has increased by 17.9%. You can't get that money back. But what you can do is stop your losses today. How? By diversifying your savings into a gold IRA from my friends at Birch Gold Group. When you're done, your money will be parked in a tangible asset with a proven history. To see how it works, get your free info kit on gold IRAs by texting the word PROTECT to 989898. I trust Birch Gold. They provide an easy process to roll over your 401k or IRA into gold without losing your tax advantaged status. So text PROTECT to 989898. That's PROTECT to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold.
Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of all the negative media manipulation? Wake up feeling right with a Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra until 10. This hour is going to be one like you've never experienced before as we enter Los's AI lab. That is coming up at 9:25. Buckle up, ladies and gentlemen. You have no idea what you're in store for.
I'm glad you said AI because you're like, you entered Los's AI lab.
Yes,
I was like, wait, where are we going?
We're going with this.
Did you guys, and we're not starting off 9 o'clock with a bummer because this is a celebration of life, but
Of
did y'all
course.
hear who passed? Louis Gossett Jr.
No!
Yeah.
I did not hear that.
Yeah. So first African American to win a Best Supporting Actor.
Goodness.
Terrible
day.
You want to talk about just like the movies, like, okay, Toy Soldiers I was into.
Yeah.
I mean, Iron Eagle was like changing my life when I was a kid.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was like one after another of just like great movies that he was part of, Officer and a Gentleman and everything else.
Oh,
and so
yeah, that's
Iron
my
Eagle
favorite role.
2. Listen, he's Chappie. Like the first thing I thought of was Chappie.
I know, right? What a great actor, great band, and certainly mourn his loss. Want to talk to sub-sister Stacy from Nucky's in Roswell, where there's an extra
Is she on the
special.
phone?
She is from 3 until 6. Thank you so much for joining us.
You are welcome. Thank you for having me.
Yes, ma'am. What is it that attracted you as a owner of a sub shop to Extra 106.3? I'm curious.
Well, I have been a big fan of 106.3 for a while. I love listening to it. And so when Mike showed up to talk to me one day, it just was a perfect
Chicken salad, amazing, so good. And today is Kimmer's birthday up there, so that's even more special. And so how's it going so far? How has everybody kind of responded to having a Nucky's here? And I know there are a bunch of locations, but the Roswell location, best location, and that's where you'll be today.
That is where we'll be today. And first off, happy birthday, Kimmer.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know why you guys had to make him mad on his birthday before he comes to...
He's better that way.
He is. We're just getting a little edgy, that's all.
Well, he's going to be mad already because there's not going to be a kissing booth like he thought. But anyway.
No.
I'm still trying to find a belly dancer. I asked online yesterday if anybody knew an
Fingers
elderly belly dancer that could come out and dance for him. So
Fingers crossed.
So we'll see what happens. But no, I was looking for, I have another franchise, and I was looking for something else to do. And I've always loved the food industry, no matter what job I had, whether it was, with the fire department or EMS or law enforcement. I always had a second job, and it usually was waitressing or working in a kitchen somewhere, and I've just enjoyed it. So I found this franchise, and it just was a good fit for me. And I was able to locate it in the same shopping center as my other store, and it was perfect. So here we are, and the community has been incredibly supportive, just people outpouring, their love for us and being there for us and sharing on social media. And, of course, the food is amazing. Keeping a really high-quality product and, exceptional customer service is so important to us. So it's just all working, and we're having a blast.
Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. So let's go through it really quick because we just want to make sure everybody knows where you are before we let you go this morning, Sub-Sister Stacy. Y'all are at 1133 Woodstock Road. That's the big Target shopping center, right? Am I right about that?
Yeah. Yep, it's the big Target shopping center.
Yeah, you can't miss it over there. Kimmer will be broadcasting live from 3 until 6. We always try to tell people, and you've probably heard it if you listen long enough, Stacy, is we don't ask people to buy anything that they don't need. Like, Southern Exteriors, if you don't need new windows, we don't ask you to go buy new windows. But what we do ask of our listeners of this show is when you do need something, you give our advertisers the first shot to earn your business. It makes it a little simpler more simple when you're in food service because everybody's got to eat.
Yes.
That's a good reason to come out to Nucky's.
Give them the first shot at lunch today.
That's
the
exactly
plan.
right.
And by the way, ask for smashed avocado.
That's
okay,
right.
just a little bit of an extra treat for you.
Tasty.
Yes, we have the smashed avocado.
That's right. And so make sure you go out there. Well, have you had, last question, I promise. Have you had extra listeners come in there and say they've heard you on with us?
We've had so many.
Okay.
And excuse me, we had several yesterday come in and say they just wanted to beat the crowds, but they were so excited and they all love the Kimmer. And the phone calls have been nonstop. So it's been wonderful response, and we're so excited about this afternoon.
There you go. That's the reason you become an advertiser on
happy
Extra
birthday, by the way.
That's the other thing. It's your birthday, too.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much. So that just makes it even more special.
Yes,
man, you know what? Maybe I'll have Kimmer belly dance for you.
There we go. Rhino's a thinking man. Stacey, if you've not noticed it, Rhino is a thinking man.
Yeah. You've seen him without his shirt. Why would you not want that? I'll get pasties for him.
I saw him without his shirt. I saw that.
We'll put some extra 1063 stickers as pasties for you.
Strategically placed. I love it.
Wonderful.
So get out there 3 until 6. Nuggies Hoagies, Big Target Shopping Center, Woodstock Road in Roswell. It is going to be a great day. There is the BOGO deal. If you buy a sub, you get a free cold sub free during Kimmer's broadcast from 3 until 6. A lot of reasons to get out there and support an advertiser that shares your values, and they do at Nuggies Hoagies. Thank you so much, Stacey. We hope you have a great day.
You're welcome. You too.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
ma'am. There we go.
I want that roast beef sandwich,
right.
too. I saw that one yesterday. That looks so good.
So delicious.
Gosh.
So many reasons.
That's the key to the veggie. You know, they customize it for me. That when you have,
so sweet.
I'm just such a fan of avocado on a sandwich these days.
Me too.
You know, you just give me a little bit of smashed avocado. I'm so happy.
Yes, dude.
I'm still a child. Sometimes, like, I love the taste of avocado, but like the green color still throws me off, even though it's the greatest. Like,
I get it.
Guacamole.
I get it.
But then I look at it, I'm like, it kind of,
it's kind of wonderful. Yes, it is. It works with everything.
Wonderful. It's exactly
you
right.
can put it on anything.
You can.
Yes.
A friend of mine.
I put it on my hamburger instead of mayo now.
Okay, you took the words out, and we did not discuss this at all.
Yeah.
That's exactly what a friend of mine does.
Oh, really?
Just to get the creaminess, and they don't want to eat mayo because it's not as good for them. They use that instead of, they use the smashed avocado instead of mayo, and I think it's a great idea because it is so tasty. We can all agree on that. So go head out to Nucky's Hoagies, 1133 Woodstock Road, Roswell, with the Kimmer Show and Extra 106.3 this afternoon from 3 until 6. All right, back into the stuff that matters.
More sandwiches?
Yes.
I thought are we getting more delivered?
I guess that's right.
It's like an Oprah show.
You get a sandwich.
You get a sandwich. I was hoping. Man.
No, that's no.
I'll take a Nucky's hoagie right now.
I misspoke. Not because of course the broadcast matters, and of course our advertisers matters. But the things that we see that are happening in America that need to change. And when Mexico can hold the United States hostage, that's when things have gone south. And yet, Rhino, that is exactly what they're doing.
This is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. And again, Mexican President Obrador says that, you know what, if you guys don't start sending me money and aid, because he's obviously watching and seeing that, hey, look at America. They're taking their taxpayer money. They're throwing it to protect the borders of Ukraine. They're throwing it to protect the borders of Israel. Well, how do I get my payday? So while he was sitting down with 60 Minutes, he said, I demand that you and we want you to send Latin American countries $20 billion in aid a year so that you can grant level of amnesty to illegal immigrant workers in the U.S. Wait, I'm sorry, what? They want us to send them $20 billion. And then he says, and if you don't, then we won't stop any of the migration. In fact, we won't curb any mass migration at President Biden's request unless you send us $20 billion.
Talk about the Oprah moment, huh?
Yeah, you get $1 billion, you get $1 billion.
You get foreign aid, and you get foreign aid, and you get foreign aid. But the idea that we have our southern neighbor that is basically putting us over a barrel and saying, okay, here's what you're going to have to do if you want us to stop sending people your way. it's going to just take different leadership. It's going to take a different level of strength, and it's going to take somebody stepping forward and saying, well, you know how we've worked with you on this in the past? Well, we're going to change that. And it's going to hurt you a lot more. It's going to hurt us, and see what happens.
But problem is, y'all, and I know you know this as well as I do. Let's say we were dumb enough. Let's say we're dumb enough to send them $20 billion like Lopez Obrador wants us to do. Try to say it all fancy. Lopez Obrador. Like as if I have some sort of Spanish
What do you mean if we are?
No, yeah.
Do you right now, if this is being mulled over by the Biden administration, do you think there's any questioning in what they might do?
Not at all. No, but that kind of leads me into the point is if we're dumb enough to do it, nothing is going to change on the border. The Mexican government is not, they're a narco state. They're controlled by the cartels. Any money we send to them will be wasted because the same thing's going to happen whether we send it or not.
Here's what I would say to him. And, I'm hoping that Donald Trump, because when we get a strong leader, this is what will be said. You're going to go ahead and build a wall. In fact, we're not going to send you money. I'll tell you what, if you want any kind of aid, then this is what you'll do. You'll take all these people back. You'll do what you were supposed to do originally and send the people from Venezuela back to Venezuela. They shouldn't have been here in the first place. They shouldn't have gotten to this border. I'll tell you what else we're going to do. We're going to leave our Ford plants there. We're going to leave a lot of our American industries that are building cars there, or we're going to remove them too. And we're not going to have a trade deal. Oh, yeah. And guess what else? Here's the biggest threat that I would give him. Since you're bought by the cartels, we're going to shut them down. We're not going to let them come across the border anymore because you know what? More than anything else, the American government works with the cartels. The Democrats work with the cartels. They're making sure that stays open so they can get through. So what if we shut them down and you can't get your business and you can't get your money? Bye.
Man, I was waiting for when you were going to hit that exact last point because that's all you need to say. If you just picked up the phone and said, I tell you what, we're going to stop running guns to the cartels and then we're going to blame you for it.
Yep.
And that's it. That's over with. All you got to do is say, we're going to cut off this function of the cartels and we're going to tell them it's because of you. And that's it. Yep. It's over with. It's done.
As if. But the problem is, even though we would tell them that, they're not going to believe it. They're not going to believe it until...
Cartels have no problem taking out presidents in Mexico.
That's right. Dude,
they took out 31 leaders, yeah.
He is nothing but a bump in the road, and as soon as he crosses them, and he won't because he's bought and paid for, and maybe if I were in his situation, knowing that I didn't have any way to go except for being bought and paid for, maybe I'd be doing the same thing. I would like to think not, but I bet I would. And that's the thing, because they're temporary, almost like the Democrats look at the presidency of the United States. It's temporary. We're going to move the ball down the field as far as we can. We may have a bump in the road, and then we'll pass that bump and we'll pick up where we left off. It will not change until there is a long period of strength in the presidency and in the government of the United States. And even if Trump's elected, y'all, if we lose the House or the Senate or both, Trump's going to be handcuffed. What's he going to do?
Exactly.
I mean, he can do some things executive order.
I'd put an executive order right now that not only are you not getting $20 billion, but you're going to probably be dragged by the cartels through the street. Because I'm going to tell them that you're the guy. You said
and show you the receipts because you know
here's
the receipts.
Here are the receipts. Oh, if you don't think they know, Los, I mean, that guy's head will be on a stick before he'll get $20 billion from Trump.
Ruthless.
Has no issue with dealing with people the most just evil. There's a reason why, because the cartels send messages to other members of the cartel. Why do you think they leave their bodies out so publicly? It's because they want to let you know we're responsible for this, and you don't think it applies to a Mexican president? Yeah, it sure as hell does.
Of course it does. Next story, Stephen A. Smith. Y'all, have you seen him? He said that, you know what? He may just leave the Democrat Party behind. He may start voting for a bunch of Republicans, is what he said. And I'm telling you, like on the surface, when I first read it, I wanted to be like, oh, wow, he's seen the light. But I know better. I know better than that being the case. He's pulling a Howard Stern. He's pulling a Mancow back in the day. He's being a shock jock. He wants to get the attention of people listening to his show. So he says something shocking, And it does. It works. It got so much press, it blew up yesterday. Do I think Stephen A. Smith is going to vote for Republicans? No.
Can I Riverside you here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Stephen A. Smith, and just from experience from a decade ago, whenever we have people that show up to the radio station, they need to use our facilities. Some of them are standoffish. Some of them are. Stephen A. Smith is cool. Like, he's a really nice guy.
I don't doubt that.
And so, but what I want to point out is this. When he signed his current contract with ESPN, he was like, I want to do a podcast, but intentionally, I don't want you to be able to have any input on what I say at all. So he does whatever he's saying on that podcast, as much as you might be saying, hey, it's shock jock oriented, and yes, there's always going to be that stuff. This is him being able to say whatever he wants to without ESPN getting any influence on him at all. So so he's going down roads where you're like, man, maybe the guy's had the epiphany, or maybe he's thought this for a long time and is finally saying, what the hell? I'm going to say it because I'm above the law.
You know what I think? And again, like Los, just being in that business, met him a few times. The one thing that he does is he listens to his fans. He listens to his people in that black community that he listens to every single day is telling them the same thing. What have they done for us? Yeah. What have they done for us? They haven't done anything. Look what they're doing now. He's seeing it. Tell me one thing as a black American the Biden administration has done for you except for put more abortion clinics in your neighborhood and then defend that. What else has he done? He's raised your prices. He continues to tell you, don't worry about it. We're going to take care of your schools. Your education hasn't got better, not because, the Democrats or Republicans are holding it up. It's because the Democrats don't want you to leave those areas. They want to keep you in those areas. They don't want you to take the $6,500 and find a better school. They want you to pretend that they'll lose funding. Instead of saying, hey, we're going to put better teachers. We're going to put more funding into these. We're going to get more students' grades up. This is what they do to that community, and they tell Stephen A. Smith that. And I believe Stephen A. Smith when he says there's a good chance he's voting Republican, just like I believe a lot of black Americans that have said it over the past few months.
I'm just, I don't know. I guess I've just always thought of him as when he says stuff, it's because he's buying into it. Now, does he make it in a bombastic way? Sure. He's going to play it up. He's going to showman it. But I've never had a moment where I went outside of every now and then when he's gotten into like draft analysis and I was like, like Stephen A. Smith doesn't know who plays for who. But he's never said something about what he's talking about. And I went, okay, that's completely, an opinion that's being done strictly to garner attention.
9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. They're based in Jackson, Georgia, but they service all of Metro Atlanta. Their number, 8779-SOUTHERN. Their website, southernexteriors.co. Good call.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, March 29th. It's come and gone. The legislative season is over in the state of Georgia. Many bills that affect Georgians went through voting yesterday and will be sent to the governor's desk for signing. Most notably, the $36 billion budget. Some of the bills that failed to make it across the finish line involve sports gambling, the gun safe credit, some election bills, and the controversial mining near the Okefenokee swamp. A Clayton County police officer has been put on administrative leave after they were involved in a shooting on Riverdale Road. According to police, the officers involved were following a man wanted for sexual assault that happened overnight. When the officers approached the man, he pulled out a gun and started to shoot at officers. One officer returned fire, hitting and killing the man. Police continue to investigate. And in sports, it's opening day for the Atlanta Braves. The Braves will kick off the 2024 season this afternoon in Philadelphia. Quadzilla Spencer Strider will be on the mound for the Braves. Zach Wheeler will throw out the first pitch at 3:05 this afternoon for the Phillies.
When we come back, we're going to open the door and let you see inside Los's AI lab. Let me tell you, there's like beakers and chemicals bubbling. It looks like a Labrador of an evil scientist or a I don't know. What's better than an evil scientist, y'all?
Walter White.
Him, Walter White from, was that Breaking Bad?
Breaking Bad.
There we go. It's better than Walter White, but probably just as entertaining. Next on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. Morning Extra, Doug, Rhino, and Los on the air until 10. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
When you hear Jamie Raskin and Chuck Schumer and Morning Joe saying, boy, President Pukeface is as good as he's ever been, the best Biden ever, and claiming that Trump's a Nazi and all this stuff, they know that that's not true. The bottom line is it's hard to really believe that they want you to be deceived about the nature of your own country.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Coward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. This week's guest is Mike Lutzenkirchen from the Lutzy 43 Foundation. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 770-627-3235 or online at atlbail.com.
I wake up every morning with the Morning Xtra.
Doug Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Before we open the doors to front office Los Laboratory.
He's a little evil genius.
He's got his fingers, he's had his hands together and he's just
turned himself into Pickle Rick again, probably.
That's right. I got a lab coat on. I'm ready to go.
That's right. So before we kick open the doors, let's talk about Nuckies, because that is where our buddy Kimmer will be broadcasting from today, 3 until 6. So a little later today, 3 until 6.
It's his birthday show.
Oh, and it's his birthday!
Happy birthday to Kimmer. Oh, he was. The funny thing was, because we were talking about going up, giving him a big hug, and
popping a balloon in front of him.
Yeah, he said, "No, don't come up and hug Kimmer."
Okay, well look, he's armed.
I say
my man's armed, so
he wants it though.
No,
he does.
Look,
he wants to be hugged a little bit.
You get some shot.
Just an arm around him. Yeah, but then he talked about taking girls for drives.
In the Mustang.
In the Mustang. Like if you want to go for a ride.
Yeah, well, I think it's different than him selecting ladies that he is attracted to maybe, and taking them for a ride in his
I thought Rocco
NASCAR.
for sure would get up there, give him a big hug and kiss.
Yeah, right. So maybe don't pop balloons and don't hug him without permission.
Yeah.
So that's just me. But anyway, he's going to be at the Nuckies in Roswell. It is 1133 Woodstock Road. Really, really great organization. Really, really great ladies. We so appreciate them supporting Extra 106.3. So if you could go over there, make sure you have one of their sandwiches. They brought Sammy's yesterday.
Thank you for that.
So good. Los, I thought it was so kind of them.
Oh, yeah.
Because they know your dietary restrictions. And they went out of their way to accommodate.
They wrote on there, no cheese, no mayo. They got me the veggie. It was awesome. It was a really good lunch to be able to have. And so they even wrote my little name on it and everything else. So it was really cool. So thank you, ladies.
A lady's touch is what that was.
Yeah, I saw it in the bag, and I was like, how sweet is this? And I Stacy and Shannon, I believe, are the two ladies that run that. Really good sandwich. Really good sandwich.
So good. Me and Rhino had the Italian.
Yeah, had the Italian.
And
of course
then,
I did.
Yeah, well,
I
of course. I don't know why would there be any question about that. But so good. So get by there. See Kimmer today. He'll be there doing his show with Pete. 1133 Woodstock Road at Nuckies Hoagies in Roswell. Los, you take over. You open the door. You lead us into whatever this might be.
Can't wait.
Speaking of Kimmer, I think the show is getting weirder and weirder if you've been listening. Now, I as you were alluding to, the Braves play at 3:05. I'm going to have the game on the TV. I'm going to be listening to Kimmer to see what they have to say because, again, it's becoming a stranger and stranger show. So I started getting a hold and saving all their promos this week. All right? Every single one that has aired, and oftentimes they air in our 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock hour. I've been saving every single one of them. I want you guys, if you want to re-listen to one, let Joey know. He'll be ready to go. He's going to have this on hand. But take a listen to this first Kimmer promo because I think we've now reached the point, as Kimmer's now getting older, another birthday today, he's starting to ask for things that sound very strange. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Flounder, I need you to tickle me. Either you or Pete, one of you bastards has to give me a good quality tickle. Don't take that in a sexual way. I'm just looking to see which one of you two is going to land the inheritance. Who is truly the best at tickling the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3.
When did that? Because
I thought
a little peek behind the kimono here, a little peek behind the curtain. What we do is oftentimes when moments in the show happen, we'll capture them to promote the show. And so, Rhino will grab something that he hears that makes him laugh, or we all agree that is a good illustration of what our show is, and those will run in the afternoon during the Kimmer Show to promote our show. Hey, go back and listen to the Morning Extra. Here's what you might have missed. Here's some of the crazy things that happened. When was that? What park? Where did that come from?
This must have been from that point where you remember when they were labeled as that cute gay old couple.
I do recall that. Yes,
so I think they're
that.
just trying to highlight that this is who they are. They like to be tickled and touched, and
that can't be the case. Well,
hold on, Joe.
Okay.
Reload it.
Yeah, reload that.
Again,
that's what I heard. He needs to get tickled
because you hear he points it out. This is not a sexual thing for Kimmer. Take a listen to what he's asking for.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Flounder, I need you to tickle me. Either you or Pete, one of you bastards has to give me a good quality tickle. Don't take that in a sexual way. I'm just looking to see which one of you two is going to land the inheritance. Who is truly the best at tickling the Kimmer. The Kimmer Show.
The inheritance.
There he goes. He's now throwing that out there that if you want to get a piece of the money, a piece of the action, you got to give him a good tickle.
I'll be honest. I'll be up there at 2 p.m. up at Nuckies. I'll be tickling the heck out of Happy Birthday, Kimmer.
Yeah, man, because I want the Mustang.
I want
Well, look,
if I get the inheritance, I'm giving you that Mustang.
Okay, good enough.
I don't need the Mustang.
I want the Mustang, but I don't know that I'm willing
I want that Desert Eagle.
See, there you go.
I don't know if he has one, but that's what I see him as.
I don't know that I'm willing to tickle anybody for it, though. I mean, I don't care if you say this is not sexual. Tickling is sexual.
Are you ticklish?
Well, when it's adults, I'm not saying when you're kids. Yes, I'm very ticklish. Yes, but when I was tickling my son as a child, and he giggled, and there's nothing more magical than a child's laugh. But when you get into your adult years, tickling is sexual. That's it.
Well, I think you have an opportunity.
Could be either one.
I think when it comes to you, Tug, you have an opportunity probably at Inheritance. I don't know if Rhino does. I want you to take a listen.
Oh, no.
I think I recorded this one from Tuesday. Take a listen to this Kimmer promo where he works in Rhino.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
The morning Rhino in the mornings keeps telling everyone that I'm not going to make Christmas. He keeps saying that Kimmer won't make Christmas and that he's betting on it. He's betting real money on it. But the joke is on him, Flounder. I took a bet out that he's going to get stabbed in the stomach by a jealous ex-lover. Do you hear me, Pete?
Oh, wow.
Rhino is the one that's going to have a hole in him by Christmas.
Oh, my.
It's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show.
Oh, my God.
He's inciting violence.
Man, he sounds like a Democrat.
Predictive programming is what that is.
It's pretty wild that he's taking
Man.
Rhino's betting and he's taking a lot of offense to it.
I was just trying to joke around.
I thought that was a joke.
Yeah, I don't want him to go anywhere.
No, nobody
God,
wants
I love
Kimmer to
you,
die.
Oh my
Good
God,
Lord.
man! You know what? Maybe I picked the wrong seat today. Maybe I should be facing the glass.
Kidding. You need to be watch your back because look, I don't know if he wants just if he's trying to predictively program somebody do that, or is he willing to? Is Kimmer willing to go at you because he is furious about your bet?
Well,
gosh.
This is where I'm starting to get
I'll lose
more
weight with the hole in my stomach.
This is where I'm starting to get more and more concerned with his level of violence because, as you guys said, he's armed.
Yeah.
If you go give him a hug, he's armed.
Yeah.
All right, take a listen to this promo. He was talking about Joe Biden. You know that he always gets upset about Joe Biden. Take a listen to what Kimmer had to say this week when it came to President Joe Biden.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I don't know why anyone would vote for Joe Biden. It makes me sick. It makes me feel like puke. I don't know why anyone would do such a thing. If any one of you sons of bitches votes for Biden, I am going to cut my finger off. Do you hear me? I am going to cut my finger off. Flounder, take a look at this big shiny knife I have.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra.
Man, he's going to... Wow. I mean, look, I'm committed too. I'm committed to this because I don't know why you're going to vote.
I'm out. I don't give a damn who you vote
I'm not cutting my finger off.
I'm not cutting my finger off for nothing.
No, I'm good with him cutting his finger off.
No, you're right, Doug. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
I don't know what I use my pinky finger for. Anyway.
I'm not that pot committed for anything.
Can you imagine that Kimmer
he pulled that knife out? Did you hear it come out of that sheath?
It was. I tell you what. Let's re-rack it because you got to hear the size of that thing. And listen,
it sounds so big.
Well, listen to how weird he is. How he starts threatening to cut people. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I don't know why anyone would vote for Joe Biden.
Yeah,
it makes me sick.
Yeah.
It makes me feel like puke. I don't know why anyone would do such a thing. If any one of you sons of bitches votes for Biden, I am going to cut my finger off. Do you hear me? I am going to cut my finger off. Flounder, take a look at this big shiny knife I have.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from
like a sword.
That's pretty serious hardware that he's got on him.
Start calling him Shinobi.
I wonder which finger too. It's got to be the pinky though, right?
Yeah, I would think that he would make sure to take that pinky off. All right,
Kimmer, none of it's worth it. None of it's worth it. Just anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
So we all know about Elevator Girl, right? This is the moment he had in the parking garage.
That's what brought up drunk Kimmer.
Yeah.
That's what brought up drunk Kimmer. He had a moment with a young woman, 21, 22, of them just chatting, and it made his day. Take a listen as Kimmer is still thinking about that on every show to this day.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
I've written a poem. May I share it with you guys? I'm a little shy about this one. It's called Elevator Girl. Dear Elevator Girl, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. I just wanted to let you know that your beauty is only surpassed by Pete's ability to take it away from you. Tread carefully around him. The end. What? Hey, Flounder, take a look at this big knife.
The Kimmer Show every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra.
He's obsessed with the knife.
I couldn't follow that. I'll be honest. I could not follow what was happening.
He was
there.
drunk again.
Somebody's gonna have to help me understand it because I don't know how he got from.
He's super creepy, man.
This
Even
woman.
in promos.
I'm writing promos about her. Pete's gonna take her beauty away, and look at this knife. That's a lot going on in one promo.
There was a lot going on. Speaking of a lot going on, we all do have to start thinking about Kimmer and recognizing that we need to cherish this man. Okay. I did not hear this until it was yesterday's show. Okay. And he got into some of the health things he's been dealing with as he's coming up on another birthday. Yeah. Take a listen to what Kimmer had to say about some of the health issues he's been fighting through.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
Did you all know that it's Reba McEntire's birthday today?
I did know
Yes,
that.
she's almost 70 years old today. On another note, I hope you can hold a good thought for old Kimmer, as I am going to have my unhealthy human spine replaced tomorrow morning, and a new baboon spine is going to be put in its place. Flounder, I'm going to need you there as my blood boy just in case.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
He's getting a baboon spine. Can I get the tail? I want the tail.
All right, couple more. With Kimmer for Friday. All right, as we're coming up on Easter weekend, take a listen to another one of these promos where Kimmer talked about a prank that got pulled against him.
Okay, good. Okay.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
So Pete ends up playing this joke on me last Easter. Pete took my keys and hid them from me, and I knew this situation could get quite dangerous because nightfall was coming and the Kimmer can't see too good at night. But old Kimmer has a few tricks of his sleeve still left. I hid Pete's insulin and all of his needles until he got critically sick and had to give me those keys back. 3:06 is the time. It's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon.
Wow, that's so brutal.
Dude, he
How
does not
sick
play.
did Pete get? I knew
Rhino.
it. I saw him losing weight. I was like, what's going on with Pete?
I know all this is important, but I'm telling Rhino he better watch out. Because if he'll do that to Kimmer or to Pete that he works with every day, when he talks about stabbing Rhino, it's coming.
It's coming.
I mean,
oh my gosh.
hiding Pete's insulin to get his keys back.
Low down.
I'm looking around behind me, and
that is low down.
A couple more left here.
How he took his insulin.
Take a listen to Kimmer. Apparently, Kimmer is also concerned about the future of his heart. Take a listen.
Oh, Lord.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
My heart could go at any minute, you guys. Do you know how much strain I have put on this thing? Do you know how much cocaine there was around the radio and TV stations in the 80s? Do you have any idea? I need you to make me a promise, Pete. Make me a promise that once I go into cardiac arrest, you'll run down to your car and shock me back to life by attaching your car battery to my nipples. I already have it in writing, that Flounder. Will do the same if my cocaine heart goes too crazy.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
He might be losing it a little bit,
Does
man.
he think we don't have a defibrillator?
Did we do this to him? Did we push him over the edge like this?
I hope not. We
You
have
think
a
it was
defibrillator.
us?
In this building, there must be a defibrillator. We don't need to hook you up, Kimmer,
I don't know
to
where
a
it
car
is.
battery.
Telling he's getting all violent. He's talking about his heart.
Things are things are rough right now.
All right, last one for you guys.
Oh no.
I didn't know about this, but apparently there's an additional ailment that Happy Birthday Kimmer that he's dealing with, and we're trying to raise a little bit of money for it. Take a listen.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
3:11, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. I need you in the audience to hold a good thought for Kimmer. You see, the test came back, and it turns out I'm positive. Positive for scurvy.
Oh, no.
I got it, Flounder. It's now confirmed. It's full-blown all over my body. Do you want to know how I got it, Pete? From a very affordable Alpharetta-based prostitute. Maybe we can hold a radiothon or something to cover the costs. 3:12, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show,
Oh, the
every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra.
Very affordable.
There's nothing affordable in Alpharetta. I promise you. There's nothing affordable in Alpharetta lately. Thank you, Economics.
Kimmer, man, you are a funny dude, man.
Buddy, who would have thought? Like, we raise money
he's
for
so
like
rich.
Children's Hospital. He wanted us to raise money for scurvy that he got from a prostitute.
He really doesn't care anymore. Like, he's opening up. I mean, this is the most open
Without
Kimmer
a doubt.
you've ever gotten on radio.
That's
I mean,
right.
never any other station has he opened up to the people like this.
It's unreal. It's amazing. I'm so glad that you were here to experience the craziness. So much fun. When we come back on Extra 106.3, we'll wrap up the show. A kid gets it all right when he is talking about the Declaration of Independence and the Second Amendment, despite what I'm sure he's taught in high school and then eventually in college. But I want you to hear from this kid because he deserves to be heard. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Los until 10.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's a Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Why do politicians, both parties, love Social Security? The Democrats, because they can always tell voters Republicans are going to take their Social Security away. And Republicans, so that they can say, no, we're not. We're going to save Social Security. There you go. Too bad the federal government won't let you invest the way you want to for your own retirement.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Buying a new car is about way more than just a car. You want to love it and everything that comes with it. And at Subaru of Gwinnett, we get that. You want to love the website. Easy to browse, easy to shop, and an unrivaled selection so you can find the model that suits you. Like the 2024 Subaru Outback, Crosstrek, or Ascent. All offering impressive gas mileage, standard symmetrical all-wheel drive, and the tools to explore the things you love. You want to love the people. And know that every time you stop by the dealership on Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, they'll be there for you, ready to help in any way possible. And you want to love the service. We'll check that box for you also, because during the spring sales event, there's a lot to love. So stop in during the Subaru A Lot to Love event, and you'll find just that, a lot to love. Start your shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com and find the ride that best suits you, because love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, and online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
It's a mad world out there, but one thing is certain, everyone is trying to market something. So tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. to the Marketing Madmen, who, along with a variety of industry expert guests, can help you make sense of it all. Whether you own a business and want tips to scale, or are a fan of the finer things in life and want to know how restaurants, golf courses, and wine companies try to sell you stuff, the Marketing Madmen is your ultimate destination for all things marketing. Tune in right here on Extra 106.3 every Saturday at 3 p.m. or search online for more content. Join the madness with the Marketing Madmen.
True Prep on Cobb Parkway is your one-stop shop for emergency preparedness supplies, including freeze-dried food, water filtration, first aid, and more. They also have a large selection of firearms, including a huge selection of AR-15s, firearm accessories, and ammo at the lowest prices around. They are locally owned and operated. You can visit their store in Marietta on Cobb Parkway or online at trueprep.com. That's TRUprep.com. Prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow at True Prep.
Hey, sandwich lovers. Today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food, and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
Central Heating and Air Conditioning wants you to know the start of the new season is the perfect time to ensure your home's comfort. Don't wait like most people do to have your HVAC system serviced. Your home should have maintenance twice a year. Maintenance helps keep your system running at peak efficiency and extends the life of your equipment. So turn to Atlanta's Carrier experts for your system's maintenance. With Central, you get Carrier products, Carrier warranty, and Carrier peace of mind. It's allergy season, and Central Heating and Air can fix what ails your house and possibly your family with home ventilation and air quality products. Central has packages designed around health using variable speed, fresh air ventilation, air cleaners, air purifiers, dehumidifiers, and more. Central Heating and Air is one of the few second-generation, locally owned and operated HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. Call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
The Morning Extra is on till 10 a.m. and the live and local conservative talk continues on your drive home with a Kimmer Show, 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3.
Tug Rhino and Front Office Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. It's been a splendid week, and we would not be on the air if you did not listen. So thank you. We hope you have such a tremendous weekend. And we'll be back with us on Monday. As a matter of fact, I hope you'll stick through the rest of the day and listen to Beck, because he's got some great things leading into Easter weekend that he'll talk about. Clay and Buck, noon to 3, and then the local afternoon show with the Kimmer. They're going to be at Nucky's Hoagies from 3 until 6. You heard in the beginning of this hour, Sub-Sister Stacy saying how many people that listen to Extra 106.3 have already been in their shop, and that's more than we could ever ask for, Rhino.
Oh, it's definitely more, and we love the founding members and all of you that have been here since the beginning, and all of you that are joining now, because it's still early and we're still growing every day. Right. And you know what? We want to. One of the best things about what we can do here is word of mouth. If you have a great product, you're going to bring it to us. We're going to try it, and we're going to be the word of mouth. And especially with, our backgrounds different the way it is, that's what you want in somebody who's going to talk about your product. So, you can always email me, Rhino at Extra 106.3. I could talk to you about, maybe being a part of your business as well. And we'll get you all set up with the advertising. We'll get Tug to tell everybody how great your product is, like he does so many products.
Sales at extra1063.com is another email address you can use to go straight to our sales manager, Colin Wheat. And he is the man that puts it all in motion. Rhino, me, Los will all be supportive of you because there's a vetting process.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're just not putting fly-by-night folks on, and that's the interesting thing here. It has been a slow growth because they are picky. They're choosy. They want to make sure they put the right. Yeah, it's got to be the right fit, or it didn't make. I mean, they're not going to put advertising on here that makes no sense for the audience because it's not going to do anything for the advertisers. It's not going to do anything for you listening. So it only makes sense
unless you're Biden. I don't know if you've heard lately on the app. Have you heard this?
Well, but we have no control.
We have no control
that's
over
the
this,
one we have
by
no
the
control
way.
over.
Yeah, so what you're going to do is if you're listening on the app, they do buys.
Yes.
And you'll get...
And it goes through the app company.
Right.
They sell those.
We're not allowed to say no to any political, no matter what party it is. We can't say no. If they want to buy, we're going to give them the option to buy the ad space. We're not like Democrats. We're not going to shut it down. So you're going to hear them because we heard it with Stacey Abrams during the midterms. Right. She bought tons because she thinks that, if I could get to them, they'll understand that I hate them just as much as I hate the Democrat voters that vote for me. Well, Biden's doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So you're going to hear those. That's not us. Remember that.
Yes. This we have no control of. It's the people that built the app. They sell their own advertising in the front of that. But if you're doing direct advertising with Dickey Broadcasting, our sister station, The Fan, and us here on Extra 106.3, then we want to introduce you to our audience, and we want our audience to be introduced to you.
So go to Nucky's today at 3 o'clock.
For the Kimmer, I have a
his
feeling
birthday, and bring those little champagne poppers. You know those things like
yes, he will.
He loves
love
those.
Them. Yes, and pop balloons
right behind his ear. Just pull one, bam.
He'll love that.
He's deaf anyway; he can't hear.
That's right. If you come into the studio on any given day that he's sat at your station, when you put your headphones on and you accidentally forget to turn the volume down to an acceptable level, then as soon as you put your headphones on, it is like listening to Foghat in 1984 in a Ford Mustang with the windows down as loud as
on an 8-track.
As loud as your 8-track player will go. That's right. That's what it's like in here.
It's so I plugged them in and I could hear everything.
Yeah.
And I could
things you didn't want to hear.
So loud.
No doubt about it.
Poor man.
I want to play for you this kid. And I don't know who he is. I don't know anything about him. I just know he does a radio show or a podcast, and he was talking about the Declaration of Independence, and he was talking about the Second Amendment. And he is more wise than most people in Washington, D.C. about these topics. Listen.
Why does the public education system not teach the Declaration of Independence? They'll talk about all kinds of other things, but they will not discuss the American Declaration of Independence, because the American Declaration of Independence very clearly says that it is the people's duty to overthrow a tyrannical government. The duty of the people to overthrow a tyrannical government. Therein lies the purpose of the Second Amendment. It's not about anything else. Our Second Amendment is so that we can be well armed in the unlikely event that we ever have to 1776 again. Right, our founding fathers had literally just fought a Revolutionary War. They understood the value of the people being well armed. In fact, little history note, the battles of Lexington and Concord that started the Revolutionary War, those were fought over munitions depots. Lexington and Concord are where the colonists had their guns. And the British understood that if the colonials were well armed, they had a problem on their hands. So they tried in the middle of the night, they tried to go take the guns. That's where the infamous the British are coming, because they had a system set up because they feared that the tyrants would come try to take their guns. Well, does that sound a little familiar? Does that sound like something that, I don't know, maybe we worry about?
This kid looks like he's 18, 17, 18, 19 years old.
Yeah, well,
he is laying it out. He's giving a history lesson that I don't think the majority of the people in Washington, D.C. either accept or understand.
I think they understand and accept both because, basically what they want to do is the same thing in history. Anytime that someone realizes that the government is getting too powerful, what does the government do? The government says, we're going to take away your right to own arms and defend yourself against that tyrannical government. They want to disarm you because they want to destroy you. And they don't want you to have any kind of reaction back or ability to fight back. That's why they want to disarm us. That's why they want to take away the Second Amendment. It is exactly what they don't know anything about guns. You could tell by the way. When we had the, who was it, John Kennedy, who asked the woman who was...
Oh, yes.
When he asked her, you're the expert witness. You wrote this entire motion about this. So tell me about what an assault rifle is. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not an expert. She even said, I'm not an expert.
But you're an expert witness.
Why do they have you testifying then? Like, what's your purpose to be here?
Exactly, because your purpose, and her purpose is, she is the useful idiot that will take away your rights because they want to disarm you and tell you these lies. This guy must have went to Hillsdale College. Like, he's smart. And those are the kind of colleges we need to push our kids to. Ones that actually learn about the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and learn that the government wasn't created to create laws and to handle you. The government should be handled by you and was created by the people for the people. And I don't know why we continue to forget that.
If you have investigative skills, I can see behind him as he's doing this, this is being filmed, it's 93.3. That's all I can tell. I can't make out the radio station.
Was he the one who asked, what's her name, a question, and she got all mad and hung up on him too?
Yeah, right. No, that was a guy in Charlotte, but I can see why. If he were on with Corinne Jean-Pierre, that would not go very well. She wouldn't even have made it as far as she did with this kid. But yeah, if you're an investigator, go find out where this kid is from. Find out something about him. 93.3, and the last call letter is K. I can make that out just behind his head. But a brilliant.
We got to
kid.
find them.
No kidding.
That'd be fun to have him on.
No kidding. I would love to speak to this kid.
But again, this is somebody, and this is the importance about having that kind of education and understanding what the Constitution is, understanding what this country was founded for, and understanding what a tyrannical government looks like. He's 100%. A tyrannical government weaponizes against the people. That's not what this government, and that's not what the Constitution or why we were set up as a republic. It should be the opposite way. We should say, we're done with this agency. They shouldn't be coming after me. Get rid of the FBI.
Done. DONE, done. Just about like this show. I wanted to play that for you. And, Hawks got a big win last night. Super cool. Go Hawks. Opening day today.
Yeah!
Huge. Beyonce's new country-inspired record came out at midnight. That's got Texas Hold. I did, yeah. I listened on the way into work this morning.
She's a talented woman, man.
So talented. It's not a country record. It is a country-inspired record, without a doubt.
Country-themed?
Country-themed even, yeah, I'll give you that. Country-themed record. If we were on a Friday in 1984, tonight we would be watching the Dukes of Hazzard.
Oh my God, yes, I would.
I just saw an Instagram feed, and it was like, today in 1984, if you were turning on the TV tonight, you'd be watching the Dukes of Hazzard, and it showed the intro with Waylon Jennings singing the Dukes of Hazzard theme song.
I'd also be playing with my little, Evel Knievel.
Absolutely,
thing. I love that thing.
Man, it'd be big times
jumping.
But and then Nucky's Hoagies this afternoon, 3 until 6 with the Kimmer, 1133 Woodstock Road there in Roswell. During the 3 to 6 broadcast with Kimmer, buy one, get one free. If you buy a sub, you get a free cold sub free from 3 until 6. A reason to go out there and hang out with the Kimmer show at Nucky's Hoagies, one of our great advertisers. So appreciate it. And with that, we're going to turn this thing over to the Glenn Beck program. If you are faithful, the next 2 hours will be moving and compelling for you leading into the Easter holiday weekend. God bless you. God bless your family. Thank you for listening to Extra 106.3. For Lois and Rhino and Board Up Goey, my name is Tug. Y'all come back now, you hear?
Stream Clay Travis and Buck Sexton, Glenn Beck, Fox News, and even NASCAR on Sundays. Anywhere on the Extra 106.3 app. Download the app now and get 24/7 access to the live stream, the latest news, and everything you need to know about Atlanta's only conservative talk station. Download the Extra 106.3 app for Apple or Android and check out even more great original content at thepodcastpark.com.